In a chat, tell me, is North Carolina a lien theory state or a title theory state? And you can tell me T for title theory or L for lien theory. What type of state are we? Title or lien? So you're telling me T or I, title or lien? Morning. All right, so it looks like we've heard from most people. If you're just joining us, we're just chit-chatting in the chat for a second. You're letting me know if North Carolina is a title theory state or a lien theory state. And the answer, not to leave you guys in suspense, the answer is North Carolina is a title theory state. So what's the differences? What's the differentiations? And there's two big differences, you guys. First off, it's what we call our document. It's so simple. But a title theory state, we use the deed of trust. Lien theory states use a mortgage. It's the same thing. It's just what we call it essentially. The big difference between the two, that's a subtle difference. The big difference between the two is the foreclosure process. So the lien theory state uses the judicial foreclosure, and we said we saw that word judge embedded in there. So if we're seeing the judge, lien theory states it's a court process. You cannot begin the foreclosure process until a judge approves it. So lien theory states are judicial foreclosure. North Carolina and other title theory states, we do the power of sale foreclosure. And what that means is because we have that third party, we have that trustee. And when you sign that promissory note to originate a home loan in the state of North Carolina, you are signing, agreeing that if you miss X amount of payments, you're allowing the trustee, you're giving them the power to sell the property on behalf of the lender so they can get their money back. We're going to talk more about the lender, more about the process today. That's where we are all day today, is in the wild and wonderful world of financing. I hope you guys have your calculators handy because it's big math day. Any questions? Title versus lien theory? Oh, let's see. Cool. Okay. Okay. So we are picking back up. Like I said, we're going to be here all day today. And of course, before we leave today, we're going to talk about what next week is going to look like. We got a lot of big things going on next week. So we definitely want to make sure that we are prepared for that. So before we do that, though, we got lots to cover in financing. And we're going to start by talking a little bit more about the loan process. Now, I understand that you and I are not the lenders, you and I are not offering these pre-qualifications and these pre-approval letters. But what I do understand is that you and I are working directly with the buyers that are working with the lender. Guys, as a buyer's agent, I want to be the front line for my buyer for everything. But also, as being my buyer's agent, I owe them that duty to know when I can help them with some basic, very basic information versus when I need to say, that's an excellent question. Let's contact your lender. So having this very basic understanding of the loan process will help us better understand what our buyers have been through, particularly for those of you, maybe you bought a home, I don't know, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even if it was that soon ago. I'm telling you, the process is different today than it was just a couple years ago. So as real estate changes and evolves, it's a market. So is the lending world. It's a market. It's going to change and evolve as well. So keeping up with that. We're also going to talk about some specialty loans and some repayment options that your buyers may have and who may be a good candidate for these specialty loans and repayment options. And then we're going to do our first set of math in this section. So we're going to talk about something called origination fees. We're going to talk about discount points, and we're going to figure out how to calculate all of this. So let's get started talking about the loan process, and understand it is a process. I will say this. Later, we will talk about the buyer's contract to closing process, everything that the buyer is going to have to do from the day we put them under contract to the day they close and everything in between. The loan process is without a doubt the longest part of the contract to closing process. So having an understanding, keeping our buyers moving forward, keeping them going step by step is a big role, a big responsibility that I can take to help them close on time. Let your buyers know the lender is your priority. I need you to communicate with your lender because they can't go on to phase B until they have what they need in phase A. So it is a process, and it's a step by step, and one step has to be completed before the lender can go on to the next. So the first step in the process is figuring out if the buyer can obtain the loan or not. So there's several different things, and we're going to talk about each of these, but there's several different things that the buyer or the lender is going to look at very early. Ricky, can you hear us? Awesome, awesome. So there's a couple things that the lender and the borrower are going to talk about pretty early to determine if they're even eligible, if they're even qualified. So right out the gate, the lender's going to pull some information. They're going to look at credit history and credit scores. They may ask the buyer, how much debt do you have? What's your income? What are your other assets? So we're not doing the hard dive yet. We're not doing the full process. The lender's just trying to gather some information to get a general idea. Can this buyer afford to buy a home? And if so, how much? So in understanding the loan process and looking at the steps. So through the lender's eyes, the first step here is to prepare the loan. This is when our buyer is going to get either a pre-qualification or pre-approval. You guys, as soon to be buyer's agents, I want you to make sure before you start running around and showing properties, a bunch of properties to a bunch of buyers, I want you to make sure that they've done step one. I want you to make sure that they have talked to the lender and that the lender has either given them a pre-approval or a pre-qualification. Y'all, please do not show property based off of what the buyer think they can afford. Please don't show property. Buyers are going to look at you and they're going to say, well, this is how much I pay in rent. So this is how much my monthly mortgage payment can be. And I don't know the specifics, but I know rent math and monthly mortgage payment math are not the same thing. So what you pay in rent is absolutely no indication of what you might be able to pay for a home. That's a conversation they have to have with the lender. And we want the lender to at least pre-approve or pre-qualify. A pre-approval letter is the first step. The pre-approval letter, the lender talks to the borrower. The borrower says, this is how much debt I have. This is how much income I have. These are my other assets. And based off of what the borrower tells the lender generates pre-approval letter. They don't verify, they don't crunch the numbers. The pre-approval is based off of the information that the buyer provides. Some lenders will take that a step further and offer a pre-qualification letter. A pre-qualification, now the lender has done a preliminary verification of the numbers. They've not done the deep dive yet, but they've done a preliminary. Now the lender has touched it and put their approval on it. Pre-qualification is a lot stronger than a pre-approval, especially through the eyes of the seller. The seller likes to know that the lender has put their eyes on it. They have touched it. They have verified that the numbers are accurate. Some lenders will give you a pre-qualification, some won't. It just depends. But at a minimum, we want that pre-approval. So a question comes in. We encourage them to get a pre-approval, but we can't deny showing them properties if they don't have one. You can, but that would have to be your policy. I don't want you guys out there, y'all. There are some people out there that are professional house lookers, and they will go from agent to agent to agent just to get in the front door, just because they want to go looking at pretty houses all day long, never have an intention to buy. And unfortunately for the agent, sometimes it takes a showing or 6 before they realize this person isn't approved. So it could be an office policy, it could be your individual policy, but from experience in my market here in the Triad that I'm familiar with, we're not showing properties if we don't have some kind of at least a pre-approval. You're not only saving your time, you're saving the buyer's time, and you're saving the seller's time. I don't know, has anybody ever sold a house? Have you ever put a house up for sale? It's a full-time job because you got to get up in the morning and have your home show ready. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to make your bed. You can't leave your bowl of cereal soaking in the sink, because you know what a potential buyer is going to see when they walk in the kitchen? And the first thing they're going to see when they walk in the kitchen is your bowl of cereal soaking in the sink. You know what I'm saying? So selling a home, you got to have, things pretty and shiny and show ready at all times. So, and the other thing I know about it is this. There's no law or rule that says you can't present an offer without a pre-approval or pre-qualification. There's no requirement to present an offer with this information. However, sellers are usually coached not to respond to the offer until we have some kind of proof that they've talked to a lender. So having that pre-approval up front, because guys, you could show properties today and properties tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday and even the next week, but things really start moving. They really start happening fast when the buyer says, this is the one, let's write it up. So at least now we have that pre-approval in our hand already, and we're good to go. Again, there's no law or rule that says you cannot show properties to somebody without a letter. I just highly caution you, please be careful. Please, please be careful. I don't want you guys out there wasting your time with those professional lookers. And when you come across those professional lookers, send them to open houses on Sunday. That's how they can see homes all day long on Sunday, or all afternoon long on Sunday. The second step in the loan process, the applying step, comes once we have the property. So there's several pieces of information that the lender needs in order to move on to step 3. And in step 2, they're gathering additional information about the borrower, and now they're gathering information about the property. So presumably, when we're in step 2, it's because we're under contract. We have a bona fide signed contract in our hand, buyer and seller in agreements, and now we just need to, solidify the basics. So the loan process, the lender's not only looking at the borrower, but they're looking at the property as well. And they can only go so far in the process until we get a property, and that gets us into step 2. Once they've gathered all the information, all the documentation that they need in step 2, and by the way, it's step 2 that you and I can help in the process. Tell your buyer that they need to be responsive to the lender. If the lender's asking for a document, it's because they need it. I don't know why, but I know if they're asking for it, they need it. And if they don't have everything that they need to complete step 2, the lender can't move on to step 3. Would it surprise you guys? Y'all try not to fall out your chairs. Would it surprise you guys if I told you there have been cases that buyers delay their own closing? And the biggest reason why they could delay their own closing is because they're not responsive to the lender. They're not getting the lender the information they need in a timely manner so the lender can move on with the process. So it's worth having the conversation. I tell my buyers when we go under contract, I tell my buyers to call the lender back before they call me back. Make them a priority, get them what they need. Also in step 2, part of that applying process, the lender is ordering the appraisal. So the lender is going to want that information so they can determine their loan to value ratio, determine how much of the value, they got to find the value to determine how much loan to offer. So we got several things happening in step 2. The lender's gathering information about the people and the property. The lender's ordering the appraisal. Once they have everything they need in step 2, then they can send the loan package to underwriting. Underwriting are the people that really do the deep dive on the borrower's credit. I mean, deep dive. Underwriting doesn't leave many stones unturned. If underwriting finds something in the borrower's credit that the borrower didn't report, then they may have to go back to the borrower. They are doing a very close look at the borrower's numbers, crunching those numbers and making sure that they can afford to pay for the loan that they're under contract with, that they have that loan approval. It's not uncommon for the loan package to come under underwriting the first time, requesting more information. It's not uncommon at all. So comes out of underwriting, the lender says, okay, things are looking pretty good or not. The lender will have a pretty good idea about how that loan is looking after it comes out that first round. So now the borrower or the lender's gathering more information, asking the buyers for more documents. Again, we need our buyers to be responsive, timely, so we can keep this process going. Usually once it goes back into underwriting the second time, that's when we get our final approval or not. Guys, please understand, a pre-approval is not a guarantee. A pre-qualification is not a guarantee. It's not until it comes out of underwriting that we have the final approval or not. Assuming underwriting says yes, you're good to go, then they're going to process the final loan, and then that's going to get us to closing. My second favorite email in this industry is from the lender, and the lender says, we are clear to close. And that's how we know that we have that loan approval. That's how we know that the funds will be released. Question comes in the chat. Does it make a difference if they put down a larger down payment? Through the eyes of the lender, absolutely. The more money you put down, the less risky you are to the lender. You still have to go through the process. Anytime you're borrowing money from the loan to originate a loan, you still have to go through the process. But yeah, the more money you can put into this game, the less risky you are to the lender. So this just kind of gives us a very basic understanding. We're going to hit, of course, on some of this stuff as we go on. But I hope, if nothing else, what you heard from this is that it is a process. It is a process. And one big thing that we can do as brokers is keep that process going. Work with your lenders. When you meet a buyer for the first time, we're going to tell our buyer, ask our buyer, have you talked to a lender yet? And they're going to say no. I'm like, well, here's a list of 2 or 3 lenders that I've used in the past. Or here's a list of 2 or 3 lenders that my firm uses. Once we have these relationships with lenders, we have a person that we can reach out to, talk to. Ultimately, your buyer decides what lender they want to use. And if they use a lender that you don't know, then you need to reach out and introduce yourself to them, because we have a duty to get our buyer/borrower to step number 5. to closing. And that's what it's about. And whatever we can do to work together to make this happen. Other questions on the loan process? So some things the lender looks at, of course, they want that stable income. They like to see consistent income, something where you get paid every 2 weeks for the last 2 years. Not all of us have that stable income. Not all of us have that consistent income. Y'all like good irony every once in a while? Y'all want to hear some good irony? As a real estate agent, I may not be a great candidate for a loan because I don't have steady income. I get paid when it closes. I don't get paid every 2 weeks. I did not just say that I couldn't get a loan. What I did say is I may not be a great candidate. I may have to show my income for more than 2 years. If I can't show consistency, then I may have to show my income maybe 5 years, maybe longer than two. So, independent contractors, those of us that don't get paid every other week, no matter what, I'm not saying you can't get a loan. I'm just saying that the lender may need more information. They need to go back further to prove that you have that stable income. And for the borrower, what the lender's looking for is to make sure that their debt to income ratio shakes out. So they're going to look at all the borrower's monthly debt. Do you have student loans? Do you have another home loan? Maybe you have another property or auto loans, medical bills, credit cards, child support, alimony, whatever the borrower's debt is, and they're going to compare that to the borrower's income. So another way to say the debt to income ratio, for example, through the eyes of the borrower, if we have the loan to value ratio for the lender, then the borrower has the debt to income ratio. And that debt to income ratio, we don't need to know the math. We're just seeing this a different way. But that debt to income ratio will let the lender know if they have too much debt or if they have more debt than what can be allowed to purchase this home. Maybe your buyer's looking out of their price range. And if they come down in their price range, X amount, then their debt to income ratio shakes out. This is the preliminary call for the lender. This is where it all starts. The lender asks the borrower, what's your monthly debt? What's your monthly income? And based off of this information and a couple other things, the lender will issue that pre-approval letter. Another thing the lender looks at out the gate is your credit score, the borrower's credit score. Credit scores tell lenders how well people manage debt. If your credit score is 800, you're telling the lender you manage debt. You pay your bills on time every time. If your credit score is 580, the lender may have concerns based off of your history, based off of that one number. Some lenders put caps on credit scores. For example, some lenders may say, if your credit score is under 650, I can't help you because you don't have a proven track record. They may all have limits. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. All lenders are different. They all have different programs and platforms, which is a really good reason why we're going to encourage our buyers to talk to a couple, to shop around. So you have somebody that wants to buy and their credit score isn't good. We can't get them to talk to a lender. We can't get a lender to talk to them because of their low credit score. A good lender is going to help them get that score up. I mean, obviously, the simple solution is pay down your debt, make more money. That's all you got to do. But a good lender is going to work with that buyer, maybe even come up with a plan on how we can get that debt to income ratio and your credit score. So maybe you can buy in a year or 3 or whatever it takes. I say a good lender will do that. They all won't. But a good lender, because let's say the buyer's not ready to buy because of their debt to income or because of their credit score. But if they can get it cleaned up, if they can get it turned around, in 2 years from now, they can buy. If the lender is the one that helps them, if the lender is the one that was with them in that process and allowed them to get here, the buyer's more likely to use that lender when they are ready to buy. Side note, agents, that buyer, your free advice for the day, stay in touch with them over those 2 years while they're getting their credit cleaned up. Because in 2 years from now, when they're ready to buy, don't you want them to call you? And if you don't stay in front of them 2 years from now, they're not going to remember you. Now, I'm not saying you need to call them every day, but touch with them every once in a while. Send them a holiday card. Call them and ask them how little Johnny's doing in school, right? Just stay in touch with them every once in a while. So in 2 years from now, when they are ready to buy, they're calling you. Agents, sometimes we have to incubate buyers. Everybody you meet that wants to buy may not be able to buy today. So let's incubate them. So for that approval, various things, you don't need to write all this down. This is giving us examples. They're going to ask for pay stubs. Maybe they go back a couple months, couple years, whatever. They're going to want to see previous couple years W-2s, 1099s, based if you're an employee or an independent contractor. They may want to see some bank statements, tax returns. They like to see that. Who's your current employer? May we reach out to them? Of course, we need some SS numbers. Other income. Some lenders, no, let me rephrase that. Some loan products, not so much the lender, but the product. Some loan products require the borrower to report all income that comes into the family, that comes into the household, excuse me, all income that comes into the household, not just the parents that are applying for the loan, but the 16-year-old that works part-time at Wendy's. That could be considered for some platforms, for some programs, that could be considered other income. And then what's your debt information? What's your current debt? Because before I originate you a new loan, I need to take into consideration the debt that you already have. And I need to make sure that while you continue to pay that debt, you can begin to pay me as well. So all this information is really good to get the lender started, to get them this information that they need. Like we said, once we get the people and the property, once we're under contract, is when the process really begins, the applying process. The lender gathers everything they need, the appraisal, the information from the borrower, the information about the property, whatever else they may need, and they're going to send it to underwriting for the first time to do the deep dive. I remember I had buyers call me once after the phone call with their lender, and they say, I have a very intimate relationship with my lender now because the lender was asking some very good questions about their assets, their liability, that debt to income ratio. Like we said, it's not uncommon for the loan, for the package to come out of underwriting the first time, requesting more information. But when it comes out the first time, what the lender's going to have is a pretty good idea. They're going to have a pretty good idea based on what underwriting says. Everything's looking pretty good. We just need these 2 more documents. Or, I don't know, things aren't looking great. Send me these 2 documents and I'll see what I can do. So based off of the lender's pretty good idea, they can check in with us after that first round of underwriting. Let us know where we stand, if we have a shot, how things are looking. At some point in the process, usually while we're in underwriting, maybe when we're out, the when doesn't matter. But at some point in the process, the lender will have to lock in the interest rate. And once the interest rate is locked in, that is your interest rate for the life of the loan. So if you have a 30-year interest rate and you lock it in today, today's interest rate will be your interest rate for the next 30 years. Your interest rate does not change on this loan. Now, if you refinance it, that's going to be a different interest rate. But as long as you're staying with this loan, that'll be the same for the life of the loan. Interest rates fluctuate daily. Being the expert of my market, I get an email every morning from my favorite lender that tells me what today's interest rate is. So if you're interested, today's interest rate is 6.285%. And it shows me, did it go up? Did it go down? It goes up a tick or two. It's frequent. But if we lock in today at 6.285, that is my interest rate for the next 30 years. So tomorrow, if it goes up to 6.29, I'm locked in at 6.285. Tomorrow, if it goes down to 6.27, I'm still locked in at 6.285. So locking in that rate, the lender is very knowledgeable about the rates, what they're doing, what they're expecting to do. But once they're in, they're in. Any questions so far? So when it comes to the eyes of the lender, there's a couple fees that they may charge. There's something called a loan origination fee. The lender is going to charge to originate the loan. There's manpower involved to originate the loan. There's paperwork. These people that are working there are in a building somewhere where we have to pay for the building, rent, power, copy paper. There's bills that the lender has. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this today, but some lenders sell the loan, which means the only money they make is what they make to originate it. So borrowers can always expect to be paid a loan origination fee. We will learn how to calculate that in just a second. And most of the time, borrowers will also be paying discount points. So we'll learn what those are, and we'll learn how to calculate those as well. Before I move on, I need everybody to hear me. I'm going to say one of the bigger problem topics when it comes to lender math. Any of this math dealing with the lender, we're always going to base it off of the loan amount. Do not calculate lender math off of the sales price. There's a huge difference. I think Tuesday we gave the example of an 80% loan. So you have the sales price and the lender's going to give 80% of that. The 80% of that is the loan amount. And the loan amount is what the loan origination fees and the discount points and other lender charges will be based off of. So let's just go ahead and nip this in the bud now. All lender fees are based off of the loan amount. Do y'all hear my absolute word? All of them. If you got your lender hat on, it is based off of the loan amount. These lender fees are often can be paid at closing as part of the buyer's closing costs. So the buyer's got more to bring to closing than their down payment. If the lender's bringing 80%, the buyer's bringing 20. And in addition to that 20%, they're going to have other fees, other closing costs. We'll give you the nice breakdown of all those closing costs. That's coming in Unit 11. We get to go to closing in Unit 11. The other thing I want to remind us of before we look into calculating these, last class, we introduced you to the loan to value ratio. Loan to value ratio. So we're getting ready to see some samples. We're getting ready to work some problems where we have to find the loan amount. These are going to be multi-step problems. So before I can calculate the loan origination fee and the discount points, I first have to find the loan to value ratio. They'll give me the value, they'll give me the ratio. When I multiply the two, that'll give me the loan amount. Make sure you're reading the words, please. So let's talk about how we calculate this stuff. So first off, those loan origination fees, I don't know a single lender that doesn't charge them. Again, they got to get paid a salary too. They got to get paid money. So origination fees are what the lender charges to originate the loan. And more often than not, what you and I will see on our exams is that it's going to be a percentage of the loan amount. Everybody show me, everybody remind me. What's that fancy word of? Tell me. Yeah, of means to multiply. So how do I find my origination fee? I take the loan amount times the percent, and that gives me my loan origination fee. They have to give you the percent, and they have to give you the loan amount, or let you know how to find the loan amount using the loan to value ratio. There is no open-ended percentage. They have to give that to you on your exam. I'm going to say, for the most part, real world and pre-licensing, just to give you an idea, you can expect loan origination fees. I'd say anywhere up to 2.5%. That's a lot. I think typically what we see for loan origination fees is about 1.5%, 2%, things like that. But I don't want you guys worrying about this. They have to give you the percentage because there is no standard. There is no across the board. Every lender can charge their own origination fee. It's kind of like our commission, is that price fixing. So we're going to take the loan amount, we're going to take the percentage, and that's going to give us our origination fee. So here, once you guys take just a few minutes, look at the information, see what you got. If you want to share in the chat, you're welcome to. But I'd like you to take just a few minutes and consider, and then we'll come back and talk about it in just a second. We got a lot of information here. These are called distractions. Straight up. They love to give you distractions. This is why we need to know the formula. This is why we need to know things such as of the loan amount. Otherwise, it's easy. Oh, is it the list price? Is it the purchase price? We're looking for the loan amount. And this problem was kind. It gave us the loan amount. If it didn't, I would have to find it. It would have to give me the ratio, and I would have to find it using the loan to value ratio. But this problem gives me the loan amount. It also tells me that the lender charges a 2% origination fee. So all we have to do is say that origination fee is a percentage of the loan amount. So I take that 2% times the loan amount. And in this case, to originate the loan, the lender is going to charge $7,208. Again, this is all part of the closing cost. The buyer doesn't have to pay this now, but they will have to pay it. It'll be rolled into their closing costs when we get to closing. Loan origination fee math. It's a percentage of the loan. We'll see this again. Again, in Unit 11, we get to go to closing, and we're going to figure out how much does your buyer have to bring to closing. So we're going to look at all their closing costs, the money that they owe. Loan origination fee will pop back up again in Unit 11. Questions on this? The other fee that the lender almost always charges, we see this quite a bit, are something called discount points. Now, before we pick up calculators, we need to go step back in the basics and understand what the heck a discount point is. This is one of these things that you guys like to make a lot harder than what you need to. If you want to make this a lot harder, then you can sign up for mortgage lending school once you get your real estate license. But just stick with me, stick with the basics. Please write this down for me. This is a problem topic. All discount points are, all they are is prepaid interest. That's all they are, is prepaid interest. It's interest that the borrower is paying ahead of time. So the borrower may bring discount points. They may bring some interest with them to closing as part of their closing costs. Some lenders, as part of their loan product, say if you take this loan product, you have to purchase so many discount points. In other words, you have to prepay so much interest. Some borrowers ask to pay discount points. They're not asking to prepay interest. They're not using that verbiage. I know a lot of you are sitting here right now going, why in the world would somebody bring extra interest to closing? Why would you prepay interest? And you guys, there's a solution. There's an answer to the buyer. They get something out of this. If you buy discount points, what you're doing is buying down your interest rate. And buying down your interest rates mean you will have lower monthly payments throughout the life of the loan. So a buyer's not going to ask, I want to buy discount points. What a buyer's going to ask is, okay, you told me today's interest rate is 6.285%. And the buyer says, that's nice. Is there anything I can do to get that interest rate lower? And the lender's answer is discount points. Prepay some interest, bring an interest payment to closing, and in exchange, I will lower your interest rate, which will result in a lower monthly payment over the life of the loan. So keep it simple. Step number one, discount points are prepaid interest. Y'all have that written down? Real big, circle it, highlight it. Discount points, all they are prepaid interest. In exchange, the buyer gets a lower interest rate. And we'll talk about what the lender gets out of this as well. Questions so far? Prepaid interest. So their upfront fee paid to the lender by the buyer. I didn't want to go that far just yet. Hang on. It's just an upfront fee paid to the lender by the buyer. Closing costs. And this is all a conversation with the buyer, the borrower, and the lender. Again, maybe the lender will say, we require you to buy discount points. Or maybe the buyer says, what can I do to get a lower interest rate? In which case the answer to that is buy some discount points. All right, so the math on discount points. There are two pieces of math for discount points that we need to talk about. The first piece of math, I guarantee you will see again. As a matter of fact, we're going to see it in Unit 11 when we figure out how much your buyer has to bring to closing. The second piece of math you may see on your state exam. So if we're going to focus on one, I highly suggest we focus on the first piece of discount point math. And the first piece of discount point math is how much in prepaid interest does the buyer have to bring to closing? We need a specific amount. Every point that the buyer buys, it shakes out to 1% of the loan. What's of tell me to do? Once again, I am multiplying. One discount point equals 1% of the loan. Two discount points equals 2% of the loan. Three discount points equals 3% of the loan. Y'all see where we're going with this? 3.5 discount points is going to be 3.5% of the loan. The number of discount points tells us the percentage of the loan. The problem has to tell you the number of points. So the previous example we had, we did a loan origination fee. We did 1% loan origination fee, 7,208. Let's just say this buyer purchased one discount point, which is going to equal 1% of the loan, which would also be 7,208. We calculated both that one discount point and that 1% loan origination fee. I'm now up to 14,000 and some change for closing costs so far. So we got two different things going on. We will have to figure out how much based off of the number of points the buyer's going to buy and knowing that that's a percentage of the loan. Questions on this? The other piece of discount point math that you may see on your state exam is to figure out how much the buyer is going to lower their interest rate. So if that buyer buys one discount point, we know that they're going to bring 1% of the loan amount to closing as part of their closing costs. But now we got to figure out, we may be asked to figure out what is the buyer's new interest rate. I'm going to go back just for 1 second. We said discount points were prepaid interest. What's in it for the buyer? Well, the buyer gets a lower interest rate. What's in it for the lender? The lender gets a higher yield. The lender's yield is their rate of return. If the lender's going to sell your loan once it's originated, the yield tells them what they're going to get back. What's their rate of return? The higher the yield, the more sellable the product is to the secondary market, to the people that buy loans from the lender. We're going to talk about those people. So the ones that are buying the loans from the lender, the higher the yield, the more sellable the product. So if the lender wants a higher yield, they may look at the buyer and say, you must purchase X amount of discount points. So everybody gets something out of this. The buyer gets a lower interest rate. The lender gets a higher yield. It really is a win-win. And when we're figuring out the borrower's new interest rate and the lender's new yield, we can always think of pie, specifically an 8-piece pie. Because interest rates are adjusted on eighths, 1/8. So one piece of pie of an 8-piece pie. If a buyer buys one discount point, they're buying one piece of pie, and that one piece of pie will lower their interest rate by 1/8%. That one discount point will also increase the lender's yield by 1/8. It's a reduction for the buyer by 1/8. It's an increase of 1/8 for the lender. If the buyer buys 2 discount points, that's 2 pieces of pie. So 2 pieces of pie would be 2/8. 3 pieces of pie would be 3/8, 4 pieces of pie, etc. Every discount point equals 1 piece of pie. Now I say you may have to worry about this on your exam. This is where I need you guys to look for the words. I only want you to worry about adjusting the interest rate if the question specifically asks, what is the buyer's new interest rate or what is the lender's new yield? I need head bobs. Everybody just heard me. I didn't get 100%, so I think I need to say that again. Kind of important, you guys. Do not, on your exams, do not adjust the buyer's interest rate or adjust the lender's yield unless the question specifically tells you to. And that's why I say you may see it on your state exam. If they don't ask you to adjust it, then you use the interest rate that they give you. So everybody's good. We're reading the questions. We're not reading into the questions. We're reading the questions. Okay, so how's this math work? Y'all by now know by now I'm a pretty big math nerd. As much as I love math, I have a confession to make. And I have a feeling a lot of people will agree with me. As much as I love math, I hate, and I hate that word hate, but I hate fractions. Anybody else with me? Hate fractions. Hate them, hate them, hate them. So when I see a fraction, the first thing I do before I do anything else, the first thing I do when I see a fraction is I convert that into a decimal. I convert that into a number that I can use. And the fraction 1/8 is really just telling me to take 1, divide it by 8, and that gives me a number that I can use. If it's 2/8, I take 2 divided by 8, and I have a number I can use. If it's 3/8, I take 3 and divided by 8, and I have a number I can use, etc. Whenever you see a fraction, we're just doing examples here, 4/8. Whenever you see a fraction, might I suggest that the first thing you do is just stop and convert it into a decimal, and all you have to do is take the number of pieces of pie and divide by 8, and that'll give us a decimal that we can work with. So this example that we're using, this buyer is buying 1 discount point, which means they're going to lower their interest rate by 1/8, increase the lender's yield by 1/8. So if we look at today's interest rate, your borrower or your buyer is talking to their lender. The lender says today's interest rate is 6.285%. Buyer says, that's all right. Is there anything I can do to get that interest rate lower? And the lender says, buy discount points. So the buyer agrees to buy 1 discount points, which means in exchange for that prepaid interest, they're going to lower their interest rate by 0.125. 1 piece of pie, 1 divided by 8 is 0.125, right? 1 divided by 8 is 0.25. So through the eyes of the buyer, they were quoted an interest rate today of 6.285. They bought a discount point, 0.125. So that will lower their interest rate for the life of the loan to 6.16%. If they bought 2 discount points, and they would lower that loan by 0.25. The lower the interest rate, the less the monthly payment is. And that's what the buyer's asking. The buyer doesn't know to ask for discount points for the most part. But when they say, what can I do to have a lower payment? What can I do to have a lower interest rate? The answer is almost always discount points. Questions on reducing the buyer's interest rate only if the problem specifically asks me to. The second piece of then is through the eyes of the lender. They start with a yield. Their yield reflects the current interest rate. And maybe this lender, this is in the last year or so, this is one of the lower interest rates, lower end that we've seen in the last year or 3. And so the lender says, okay, we're a little bit down than what we were 4 years ago. So I want more money. I want a higher yield. I want a higher rate of return when I sell this loan. So one thing the lender can do to have the more sellable product, would be to increase their yield. And how they increase their yield is by requiring the buyer to purchase discount points. So 6.285, increase the lender's yield. They've increased their yield. That's a percent. They now have a more sellable product on the secondary market. Conversation of that secondary market is coming later today. So discount point math, you will have to figure out how much in prepaid interest the buyer is going to have to bring. If you're asked, what is the buyer's new interest rate or what is the lender's new yield? Then we're going to deal with our pie, our 8-piece pie. Of course, I got one for you guys to work. We're going to take a break and then we'll come back and let you guys work one. Do I have any questions before the break though?
How does the yield for the lender go up if they're buying down the discount point?
Because they're paying that money to the lender. So the lender's got that money. They're paying that prepaid interest. That's going to the lender. So the lender's got more money to throw into the pot, if you will, to have that higher rate of return, to have that more sellable product. And some lenders, if they're going to sell your loan, I mean, think about it. You buy a house today. Your loan can be sold by the end of the month. I mean, the month's just ending next week. So your loan can be sold, which means all the lender's going to collect is the origination fee and that prepaid interest. And then they're going to sell the loan, and that's all. They're not going to keep collecting those interest payments month after month because somebody else will. So in some cases, the lenders that sell the loan, the origination fee and any discount points possibly are going to be how they make a living. Okay. So let's take 10. If you don't have your calculator, hopefully we're not using our smartphones anymore. If you haven't been calculator shopping yet, please pay attention to your calendar. That test is coming soon. If you haven't been calculator shopping yet, do so. But one way or another, grab a calculator. We come back, we'll do some practice problem together. We are back. Welcome back. All right, let me take attendance real quick. Guys, consider this. So to sum up the math, definite math and possible math for origination, loan origination fee and discount points, all of the loan amount. Take just a few minutes. I got 3 questions here for you. You can share in the chat or not. That's entirely up to you. But I would like everybody to take just a few minutes, consider this information, and then of course we'll come back together and talk about it. Thank you, MJ. Let's talk about what we got. I do have another problem for us to work. Just kind of see how we're doing, check in, and then we'll give you another chance putting it all together. So the information I'm provided, I got an interest rate quoted to the borrower from the lender of 7%, different market. The lender's yield is 7%. The buyers agreed to buy 2 discount points. And then of course we have the loan amount for loan amount is 360,400. So if I give myself a whiteboard here really quick, maybe stuff will work. I mean, it works, but the way I want it to. There we go. So I got a loan amount. It's all based off of the loan amount. Oh, there it is. Patient Julie. Anybody else do that? Click happy. Okay. Yay, she did it. All right. I got the loan amount. It all starts with the loan amount of 364,000. I know that they're buying 2 discount points. So this is the math that we're going to see this first question. How much in discount points will the lender charge the borrower? In unit 11, we're going to change the verbiage up just a bit. We're going to call it a debit to the buyer. That's money that the buyer owes. Specifically, in this case, they owe their lender. So when we take that loan amount and times it by 2%, how much is your buyer going to have to bring to closing for discount points? And we're looking at, isn't that funny? $7,208. You will see this in unit 11. You will see this on your exams. For me, this is the important one. This is the important math that we get for discount points. Do I have questions on how we got to $7,208? Then, in this case, we're asked specifically, what is the borrower's new interest rate? What is the lender's new yield? Again, I need you to see that on your test. If you don't see these last 2 questions on your screen, then do not worry about adjusting the buyer's interest rate or the lender's yield. You're going to go with the number that they give you, the number in the problem. So in this case, they ask though. So we're going to adjust the buyer's interest rate, adjust the buyer's yield. 2 discount points is going to shake out to 2 pieces of pie. And remember, it's an 8-piece pie. So I'm looking at 2 out of 8 pieces of pie. We all agreed we hated fractions. So we're going to go ahead on our calculators and say 2 divided by 8. And that gives us 0.25%. That's how much lower the buyer's new interest rate will be and how much higher their interest rate will be. So we have the borrower's interest rate of 7%. They have bought 2 points, which means we are going to decrease their interest rate by 0.25. So their new interest rate for the life of the loan is going to be 6.75%. They have bought down their interest rate for the life of the loan. And then we just do the opposite for the lender. They started with a 7% yield. The borrower bought 2 discount points, which means we can increase the lender's yield. So now when they sell the loan on the secondary market, they have a more sellable product. It's more attractive for those secondary players to purchase this loan. It's kind of like, I don't know, when you're buying, when you got people on the secondary market buying loans, think of like Wall Street. A bunch of people are standing there yelling out, shouting out numbers, right? And the ones that are going to get bought are the more attractive products. So that's what the lender want, is a more attractive product to stand there and shout out in order to get purchased. So the higher the yield, and that's what we need to know, the higher the yield, the more sellable the loan. Questions on how I got 0.25%, the important one, or questions on how we got the borrower's new interest rate or the lender's new yield? Can I erase? Do we have it? So here's one more for you guys. Practice makes perfect. Again, take a minute. And of course, we'll come back together and talk about it. We got another minute and then we'll talk about it. Let's see what we got here. I got a purchase price that's 300. I got a loan for 280. I got a quoted interest rate and yield at 5.5%. Buyer agrees to buy one discount point. Show me. Option number one is purchase price. Option number two is the loan amount. What number are we working with here? Number one or number two? We're working with always the loan amount, that purchase price. Let me rephrase that. When we're dealing with lender math, all lender math is of the loan amount. So that purchase price is our distractor. Question number one, how much will one discount point cost you? This is the one I guarantee you, as sure as I stand in front of you, we will see this again. You'll see this on your exam. So we'll have to figure out how much in discount points is the buyer supposed to bring as part of their closing costs. So we take 1% of 280,000 and we get your buyer bringing $2,800 as part of their closing cost to pay for those discount points. This is the one I care about. Questions on this one? This one I care most about, I should say. The next two questions are the if. So if you are asked, what's the new interest rate? If you are asked, what's the lender's new yield? Then we're going to adjust that interest rate. So for the borrower, they start with an interest rate of 5.5%. They bought one discount point, which when we take 1 divided by 8, we get that 0.125%. 5.5 minus 0.125 means that the buyer's new interest rate for the life of the loan, they will be locked in at 5.375%. That 0.125% will lower their monthly payment. The more you buy, the lower your payment will be for the life of the loan. Again, all a conversation with the lender and the borrower. But it's not uncommon for your buyer to call you, especially as we're getting closer to closing and they're reviewing their numbers. It's not uncommon for them to call you first and say, what's a discount point? Why is the lender charging me a discount point? And knowing these basics can help answer some of these basic questions. Prepaid interest. The next question, or the final question then, is what's the lender's new yield? And again, the problem has to tell us where they're starting, 5.5%. And now they're going to add to their yield. So now the product that they are going to turn around and sell on the market is going to have a yield. The lender doesn't have an interest rate. The lender has a yield. The interest rate belongs to the borrower. So the lender will be have a yield on the secondary market of 5.625 because the buyer's given them $2,800. Questions? Can I erase? Going once, going twice. Next, you guys have probably heard about conventional loans, FHA, VA loans, things like that. So we're going to talk specific about the loan products that you're probably going to encounter the most often out in the real world, the testable loan products. Again, having a basic understanding. And also, you guys, this isn't the only loan products. So again, having that buyer talk to the lender can tell the borrower the product that they have to offer. Not all lenders offer FHA, VA loans, for example. So they all offer a different product, which is part of what makes them all unique, which is why we want to encourage our buyer to shop around. Lenders are not created equally. Uh-oh. Oh, where did we get the 0.125? Because I took my pie. So I have in discount point math, I have an 8-piece pie. And if you buy one discount point, you are buying one piece of pie. So of an 8-piece pie, we're going to be one piece of the 8. So 1 divided by 8 gives me 0.125%. If it was 2 pieces of pie, it'd be 2 divided by 8 for 0.25. You take the number of pieces of pie divided by 8, and that tells us what to increase or decrease for the interest rate or the yield. Okay. So one common loan product you're likely to encounter out in the wild are conventional loans. Conventional loans, there's no government backing with conventional loans. I'm going to talk about what that means next. But with the conventional loan, there's no government backing, which means the lender bears the risk. The risk to the lender is in the event of the borrower's default. Put yourself in the lender's shoes. Put yourself, try to imagine through the eyes of the lender. I'm going to be honest, you guys, lenders get a bad reputation, and I quite frankly don't know why. You decide you want to buy a house, you march into a bank or into a loan officer and you say, give me $250,000 to buy a house. And if you're asking for 250, maybe the lender's loan to value ratio so let's see, let me try some new numbers. This is probably making stuff up on the fly. So let's say my purchase price, here we go. My purchase price is 250. And you're asking the lender for 80%. So if you're buying a home for 250, you want 80%. What you're asking the lender for, you're marching into the bank and saying, give me $200,000. So you're asking the lender for 200, which means what's your down payment? How much are you bringing? You're bringing 50,000. You're bringing 20%. Who's the one showing up on closing day with the money for you to buy this home? I mean, your $50,000 is cute and all, but who is the one that's showing up with the money to buy this home today? The lender. So the lender has a big, they have a big role in this property. They have a big part, and their part is in the form of $200,000. And the concern that the lender has is, if I give you $200,000, what happens if you default? How can I get my money back? Yes, they can foreclose and sell the home. I think sometimes we think a foreclosure is happening 10, 20 years down the road of home ownership. But y'all, I've heard of 2 lenders now in my career. 2 lenders in my career have told me that they have dealt with buyers that never made the first mortgage payment. Never made, never sent them a penny. They originate the loan. Two, never originate the loan, never made the payment. So when the lender's giving you $200,000 on day one, they have to ask themselves, how can I get my money back? And if you never make that first payment, the lender's got to make sure that they are secure, that they are covered. So conventional loans, they don't have a government backing. The backing doesn't offer them a safety net in the event of the borrower's default, which means the lender bears all the risk. The lender bears the risk of the borrower with a conventional loan. So because of this, we're looking at some strict credit standards. You may have to have a down payment. You may have to have a healthy down payment. A lot of lenders look at that lower debt ratio. The lower the loan to value ratio, the less risky you are to the lender. If I'm asking you for 80%, I'm asking the lender for 80%, 90%, that's a lot. That's the majority of the purchase of the home versus asking the lender for 50%. If I'm only asking the lender to pay 175,000 or whatever the half was, then that would 175,000, then that would be less risk to the lender. So the higher the down payment, the less risk to the lender, the lower the debt ratio. We do see conventional loans, 80%, 90%. A very qualified buyer might get more than 90, maybe 95%, for example, but they got to be very, very qualified for that. Lenders like to see, especially with a conventional loan, they like to see that the borrower has some skin in the game, that they have something to help protect the lender since they're bearing all the risk. With a conventional loan, so there's no government or insurance. And when the loan to value ratio is more than 80%, when the loan to value ratio is equal to or more than 80%, then the lender might charge private mortgage insurance, so 80% or more. The lender may require private mortgage insurance until that loan gets under 80%. If you're borrowing 70%, you'll probably never have PMI. But with conventional loans, to help protect the lender, it's insurance for them. It's insurance in the event of the borrower's default. Once we get under that 80%, then the lender feels more confident that they can sell the property, get their money back. Remember our lien priority? Superior liens are paid first. All liens after that are paid in the order in which they're recorded. So the one that originated the loan is going to be standing there after those superior liens, if applicable. And that's all they care about is getting their money back. They don't care about anybody else in that lien priority. So once we get under that 80%, it's less risky. They feel more confident that they can get their money back. I probably have many homeowners on the call that have this PMI. I just got a letter. Oh, it's so cool. I got a letter from my insurance company not too long ago, a couple months ago, saying I've gone under that 80%. They're dropping my PMI. So that's like, I don't know, it's like $4.64 a month that I don't have to pay towards PMI. It's really minimal. And if I really wanted to, I could take that $4.64 or whatever and keep applying it to my to my mortgage to pay it off a little bit faster. So PMI is really not a lot, but again, it's just helping to protect the lender until we get under that threshold for conventional loans. PMI is only on conventional loans. Those conventional loans could be to originate the loan. You're going to buy the home and you need to originate the loan and get a mortgage. Conventional loans could also apply if you're getting a home equity loan. You're borrowing off of your equity. Equity is the difference in value minus debt. So the equity you have in the home, if you qualify, you could borrow money, or you could also have a line of credit. Both pretty much saying the same thing. Both revolved around the equity you have in the home, if any. Typically, though, for our purposes, what you and I see, where you and I involved, is the mortgage when they're originating that loan. Once they originate it, what they do after that, you and I usually aren't involved in that. So for the conventional loan, the buyer may have to bring more down payment or pay that PMI. And then the lender is more secure in the loan because we've had a bigger down payment. You know, we looked on Tuesday. Typically, the conventional loans loan to value ratio is 80%. FHA and VA loan to value ratio are much higher. I think VHA we saw 96.5, VA could go up to 100%. So they don't require as much down payment because FHA and VA have that government backing. So the big thing to know about a conventional loan is that the lender bears all the risk. The conventional loan generally cannot be assumed. We looked at our clauses, our commonly seen clauses in our notes, and they generally can't be assumed because most of our notes have that alienation clause or that due on sale clause. So if your mortgage is paid down to $576,000, give or take, and you go to sell, if you have that alienation clause, that due on sale, that means your balance due will be when you sell the property. Thus, the buyer wouldn't be able to take over the seller's debt. That's what it means to be assumable. If you assume, you would take over their debt. Questions on conventional loan? Another loan product you're likely to encounter quite often is the FHA loan. FHA loan is through HUD, backed by the government program. The government is going to offer safety net or insure the lender in the event of the borrower's default. So the borrower defaults, the lender sells the home, they don't collect enough to pay off that debt. The government will help bail them out. The government will help the lender ensure that they can recoup those funds. Now that we have the government involved, FHA loans, there's tighter approval processes. And with an FHA loan, we just don't have to approve the people. Now with an FHA loan, the property has to be approved. Not all properties are going to qualify for an FHA loan. So the appraisal process is a little bit different. The appraiser's looking for certain conditions of the property. Examples, if there's chipped paint all over the place and the home was built in 1975, probably not get loan approval, because what are we dealing with possibly? Could be some lead. And until we get that addressed, until we get that taken care of. If you're buying a home to get an FHA loan and the roof is 30 or 35 years old, we may not get loan approval. The reason being is because the down payment for eligible borrowers for an FHA loan is generally really, really low. You're bringing 3.5%. You talk about a cute down payment. You're bringing 3.5%. That means the lender's showing up with 96.5%. They can do that because they have that government backing. They are insured by the government. The most common FHA loan, you don't need to know this, but this here just for a reference. The most common is the 203B. But there are also FHA loans if you're purchasing a condo, maybe a home that needs renovations. You could tie a loan into a renovation loan. So there's other products out there for the FHA. Again, all conversations with the buyer and the lender to help find the buyer the product that's best for them. So with the FHA loan, it's overseen by HUD, Housing of Urban Development. And please don't ever be confused. HUD is not originating the loan. HUD does not set the interest rates. HUD does not determine what we charge. The lenders still have that control. The only thing that the FHA does is insure the lender. The lender still has the right to originate the loan, interest rate, however they want. So the FHA is not involved in the origination process. HUD and the FHA loan are there to insure the lender in the event of the borrower's default. Couple criteria for an FHA loan. First off, it only qualifies for 1 to 4 units. So if you're buying vacant land, FHA loan wouldn't apply. If you're buying an apartment complex with 5 or more units, you wouldn't be able to get an FHA loan. So 1 to 4 unit properties only, and one of those units has to be owner occupied. So if you're going to purchase an investment property, you wouldn't be able to get an FHA loan, for example, because you're not living there. You're letting a tenant live there. So 1 to 4 units, one of those units needs to be owner occupied. Again, the bank loans the money. The bank, the lender sets the interest rate. The lender determines how much they're going to loan. They do their process, that loan process. The only thing the government's doing is insuring the lender. They are called FHA insured loans. So the bank determines the rates, the origination fees, all of that. The lender is, I'm sorry, the government is just there. Once the loan's been originated, the government throws a safety net under the lender in the event of the borrower's default. So the lender sets the interest rate, the lender sets the fees. You probably will not see PMI on an FHA. That's pretty much set aside. There's exceptions out there, I know, but there's pretty much set aside for conventional loans. The FHA does have a financing fee. It's called a MIP, a mortgage insurance premium. It's usually an upfront fee paid as part of the buyer's closing costs. There may be an annual premium. In which case, if there were an annual premium, then it would be rolled into the payment. It would all be financed. So FHA loans, borrowers can expect to be charged a MIP, mortgage insurance premium. And then it's a different appraisal process. So when the appraiser goes out, they have to determine the loan product. Is it conventional? Is it FHA, etc.? And if the appraiser is going out to appraise a property that we're going for an FHA loan, it's a different process. We're looking for safety, general safety. And if there's major concerns, major issues, then the appraiser may require repairs before they approve their process, before they approve their step. We're in North Carolina. I'll shake your head yes or no. Is the seller required to do any repairs? Nah. Even if the appraiser says, I won't approve the loan until this is fixed. We can always ask, but if the seller's not willing to do it, then we may not be able to get loan approval. Buyer's agents, make yourself a mental note, tuck it in the back of your brain somewhere. When you're out showing property, when you're working with buyers that are going for an FHA loan, get with your lender, your BIC. There's a website you can go to that will list out property conditions that won't get approved. So when you're seeing this property with your buyer and they're going FHA and you're looking at this piece of paper in your hand and you're going, gosh, you got chip paint and the roof is 30 years old. This isn't going to qualify for FHA. So how about we move on? You will have that information, guys. That information changes. So whenever you're working with that FHA buyer, it's worth looking into those property conditions so we know how far if we can go. Same thing applies when you're listing the home for sale. We need to ask the seller, what type of loan products would you consider? And if you're at this listing appointment and you got chip paint and the home was built in 75 and the roof is 35 years old, you need to look at your seller and say, we can't advertise FHA loan because we're not going to get it because it's not going to pass appraisal under these conditions. So it's not just about the people now. It's the people and the property. So it's a different appraisal process. Again, safety, if there's not a handrail on the outside stairs, for example, things like that. It's a different appraisal process. Also with an FHA loan, they're not allowed to charge prepayment penalties. So pay it off early, make more than the minimum payment. Pay it off early. Don't keep it for 30 years unless you absolutely have to. They cannot charge a prepayment penalty for paying it off early for making more than the required monthly payment. Questions on FHA insured loans? Another loan product you're likely to encounter quite often is our VA loans. These are also government backed. Y'all check it out. VA loans are for our eligible vets. Check it out. Isn't this a great program for our vets? Our eligible vets may qualify to purchase a home with zero down. Eligible vets may qualify for 100% financing. I did not say every vet is going to get 100%. You still have to go through the approval process. You still have to get approved. If you have down payment money, that vet looks better to the lender. So all of that still applies, but for eligible vets that qualify, they may be able to get a VA loan for zero down. So VA loans are for eligible vets. VA loans can also qualify for their unmarried widow or widower. So if we've lost our veteran, their widow or widower may also qualify for the VA loan. Again, some lenders offer the product. There's some veteran specific products such as USAA. You may have seen those commercials. USAA does a lot in originating these VA loans. So I said earlier that the FHA insures the lender in the event of the borrower's default. The VA takes it a step further. The VA guarantees the lender in the event of the borrower's default. The VA says, you originate this loan, you still got to go through the approval process, you got to get approved. None of that changes. But the VA looks at the lender and says, if you approve this loan, we guarantee your safety in the event of the borrower's default. If we sell the home at foreclosure and it's not enough to pay you back, lender, the government's got your back. That's why some lenders, some products can offer 100% because they have a guarantee for eligible, for qualified. And just like the FHA, the VA does not determine interest rates. They do not determine origination fees. That whole process still comes from the lender. The lender or the VA is not involved in originating the loan. The VA gets involved once the loan's been originated. They're throwing that safety net underneath the lender. So VA loans for our veterans, again, 1 to 4 units. If you're buying vacant land or a apartment complex of 5 or more units, you will not be able to get a VA loan. One of those units for the VA loan also has to be owner occupied. So what if the borrower knows darn well they're buying a home to use it as an investment property? They know darn well they're not living there. They're not going to live there. They have no intentions of living there, but they lie. People lie, y'all. People lie to the lender. Oh, you live there. I'm going to call it home. I'm looking forward to it. If it's discovered that they're not living there, if it's discovered, I don't know how it would be discovered, but if it is discovered that it's not owner occupied and they said they were going to live there, that's called mortgage fraud. And mortgage fraud is really, really bad. So The lender makes the loan, the lender sets the interest rate, the lender determines the down payment, the lender still does all of that. Specifically, the VAs are Veteran Administration, and what they do is guarantee the lender. It's important you hear me say that. VA guarantees the lender. You don't have a PMI with a VA, you don't have a MIP with a VA. What you have with a VA is a funding fee. It's a one-time charge charged at closing that can be rolled into closing costs. And check it out. The funding fee can also be financed, which means I got 100% loan and I finance the funding fee. The veteran may start with more than 100% to be allowed to pay that back over the course of the time. Great program for our vets. And as you start working with vets, USAA eligible veterans, same thing with FHA. It's about the people and the property. So not all properties are going to pass VA appraisal. Same conditions. They don't want, the house looking like it's getting ready to fall down. They have certain conditions for safety. I had buyers once that were going VA and they were going to buy a refurnished home. So this was an investor that came in and pretty much took it back to the studs and rebuild it. Now we had to disclose that to the lender. Some lenders care about that, some don't. Our lender didn't really care about that. But when the appraiser went out, and I don't know why, but when the appraiser went out, for some reason, they were close to flipping it, but they weren't done yet. They were still putting the finishing touches on it. I wish they would have been done. But they still had things left to do. And one of the things that they had left to do was to put the plates on the light switches and the electrical outlets. So we had exposed boxes. Now we all knew they were coming to do it. It was on their list. They just hadn't gotten to it yet. Y'all know the appraiser said, I'm not going to approve the loan until this is done because that's a safety thing. Kids like to stick their fingers in stuff. And if they see an exposed outlet box, they may want to put their finger in it. So yeah, my loan, because they hadn't, what are those things, like 28 cents at Lowe's, something like that? Maybe they're 36 cents now. I don't know. But they hadn't done that yet. And so the appraisal said, I can't approve the loan. So they got it. They did it like the next day. I called the lender. I said, we're done. They said, we got to send the appraisal back out to verify. So can I take pictures and send it to? Nope. The appraiser has to put his eyes on it. Smile sweetly. When can we get him back out for his final approval? So sometimes, and I say that to say, I'll take that. If you're working on a flip, if you're working on an investment, you're going for VA or FHA, make sure it's complete. Make sure you have that conversation with the listing agent. Because something like plates, and we closed, it worked out. We even closed on time. It all worked out. It was a hiccup in the road. Again, you can get a list of property conditions. So I don't want you guys going out there blind. If you're working with a VA buyer, if you're working with an FHA buyer, get with your favorite lender or get with your BIC, and they can help you get those hands on those lists so you can take it with you to the showing. If you have a lot of issues, we may not want to encourage our buyer to pursue this property. Questions so far on the VA loan? I do have more to say about the VA loan and other loan products, but I think it's break first. So let's take 10. We'll talk about some more loan products when we get back. Welcome back. Cameras are on. I am taking attendance. Let's talk a little bit more about VA loans. Specifically, we mentioned a few minutes ago that the vet still has to go through the loan process, the loan approval process. Just because one may be a veteran does not mean they're guaranteed to get a VA loan. It's still an application, and debt to income ratio and credit score, credit history, all that good stuff still applies. With the vets, though, the VA, the thing that's just a little bit different is their approval process is often referred to as a certificate of eligibility. So a approved or a qualified veteran will get a certificate of eligibility, and that certificate of eligibility tells the lender how much the VA will approve this veteran's loan. The vet is entitled to one certificate of eligibility. So you get one at a time when it's paid off. If you want to apply for another one, maybe that looks a little bit differently. Your debt to income ratio has changed, but they're going to get one certificate of eligibility until that loan is paid off. And again, that's just all rolled into all part of their approval process and what they are entitled to under their veteran benefits. Also mentioned is the appraisal process. The VA refers to their appraisal process, and what the appraisal will issue is a certificate of reasonable value. So certificate of reasonable value is what the appraiser lets the VA know. This is what I think the home is worth, property is worth. Again, they're looking at property conditions. It's not just about approving the people. And the appraiser could say, I'm not going to approve this if this, and this isn't fixed. In which case we're back to negotiations. We're asking the seller to fix, which under no obligation to agree to do so. So again, knowing at the showing or knowing even at the listing if this home will qualify. And seriously, listing agents, if there's a lot of issues, do not advertise the home as eligible for VA or FHA. So having that list, having that information is helpful in talking to buyers and sellers on how we can promote and advertise the home. So with this VA, certificate of reasonable value comes in, the home appraises for less. Takes us back to the conversation we had yesterday. The lender will still, or Tuesday, the lender will still originate the loan on the sales price or the appraised amount, whichever one is less. So if it appraises for less than the sales price, again, we can ask the seller to reduce the purchase price, renegotiate the purchase price. Maybe the buyer's got some cash laying around. Maybe they'll get approved for a loan to make up the difference. It's going to be tough to do though, since they're getting a loan to purchase the home. I have a form that we're going to discuss when we get into our contract unit, which is unit 8. And the form that we're going to discuss is called an FHA VA financing addendum. And one thing of many that form does is it allows the buyer to terminate without any consequences if the home doesn't appraise. Yes, ma'am. Ariel? Is that a question? Accidental unmute. Okay. So the home doesn't appraise. For example, we have this form, this FHA VA financing addendum that will meet in unit 8, that allows the buyer to terminate because it didn't appraise. So it gives them out. It gives them an out. If it doesn't appraise, you can get your deposits back, your fees back. Everybody goes about their way. Same thing with FHA and VA. The bank sets the interest rates. The bank sets the fees, the lender, the bank, whatever you want to call them. It's not set or guaranteed by the Department of Veteran Affairs. All they do is guarantee the lender once the loan has been originated. They throw under that safety net. VA loans can't charge a prepayment penalty. So pay it off early, pay more than the maximum payment, get that payment down, get it done in under 15 or 20 or 30 years, whatever your term is. But no prepayment penalties on VA loans. And another kind of unique thing about VA loans is they're often assumable. So this buyer could assume the seller's debt. They could take on that debt. We're going to talk just a little bit about assumptions. But that's all we're saying. The seller has a debt of, I don't know, make a number up, 175,000. Part of the closing negotiations, the process would be that the buyer could assume that seller's debt. They could take on that $175,000, for example. Whenever we do an assumption is an assignment. We're assigning the loan from the homeowner to the buyer, to the new homeowner. And whenever we do an assignment, all the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the names of one of the parties. So if you're assuming somebody's loan, you're assuming it with their terms. This is the interest rate. This is the monthly payment. This is the information. That's already been determined. That's already been set. The only thing that would change would be the name of the borrower. It would go from the owner to the new owner. And again, you got to be approved. This isn't just anybody. You got to be approved by the lender. But here's the kicker with VA loans. This is the important things. The VA loan can be assumed. Any buyer can assume, qualified buyer can assume a veteran's loan. And that can be done by anyone. You don't have to be a vet to assume a VA loan. You don't have to be a vet to assume the VA loan. You still have to qualify. You still have to pass all the lender's tests. But remember, you guys, the veteran is only entitled to one certificate of eligibility at a time. So if somebody else assumes their loan, that certificate of eligibility is still out there. It's going to be out there until it gets paid, until it gets addressed. Questions on the VA loan? So let's bring this home. The most testable loan programs, the ones you're going to see on your test, are the three that we just talked about. Don't get too bogged down into them. Just know the specifics, the big picture. This screen, for example. Guys, remember you got my PowerPoint. So you have this in our Google Drive in the Unit 6 material. If you want to take a quick snapshot picture of it now, so you have it as well. But when it comes down to reviewing the conventional FHA or VA loans, any questions on your test, I would say these are the three you can expect to see the most. And quite frankly, it makes sense because these are the three that we see the most common out in the real world. Questions on any of these? With that being said, these are not the only three loan programs or loan types out there. There are others, likely to encounter them less, but better to be familiar with them, to be aware of them in the event we come into them in the real world. Remember to stay in your lane. If you have a buyer going for a different type of loan that you're not familiar with, then we're going to refer to our lender. We're going to make sure that the lender is addressing the information. So what are some other loan products, other loan types that the buyer may have? Well, there's something out there called seller financing, in which case we're not going through a lender. The seller is acting as the lending institution. After closing, the buyer will make those payments directly to the seller. I need you to make a note for me. Another way of saying seller financing, the official way of saying seller financing, is purchase money mortgage. Purchase money mortgage is seller financing. So purchase money mortgage is seller financing. With seller financing, title changes hands, property is conveyed. And again, instead of paying a lender or a bank, the buyer's just paying the seller directly. Yes, we have to agree to the terms. X amount per month, interest rates, is this a 12-year loan, etc. We have to agree to the terms. I'll tell you where I still see it, seller financing. Every once in a while you see like a huge lot for sale, huge chunk of land for sale, and there's this rickety old wooden sign on the edge of the lot. It looks like somebody took a sharper or can of spray paint or something and painted for sale on the rickety old sign. And then oftentimes it might even say seller financing available, which tells you that the seller is willing to work with this buyer if we can come to the terms, if we can agree to the terms. I do not have a form for this type of transaction. My contract does not allow for the seller to act as the bank, the seller to act as the lending institution. Any case that we do not have, any situation that we do not have a pre-printed form available, then the parties, buyer and seller, will have to have their attorneys draft up a form, draft up a document. So attorneys are involved now, and they are helping the two come to terms, come to an agreement on that seller financing. Another loan product you might encounter, back to the lender, another loan product you might encounter is our USDA loan. USDA loan is set aside for our rural areas. Think of our farms, areas outside of the city. Whether or not the buyer can qualify for a USDA loan, the buyer has to be approved. But another big part of this is where the property is located. And it comes down to population. So downtown Winston, Raleigh, Wilmington, our bigger areas are not going to fall into USDA. We got to go outside of the city limits. We got to go into the rural areas. USDA does offer a map that tells us what is in a USDA eligible area and what's not. So when you're working with a buyer that wants a USDA loan, we have the ability just to plug in the address, clickety click, and it'll tell us if the property falls in that USDA map, that USDA guidelines. We mentioned farms, but also applicable would be family homes in rural areas, specifically set aside for families with low to moderate income. This could be a great program, a low down payment for these, if any, to help with those low to moderate income families in rural areas outside of the city area. And another possible benefit for the USDA loan for the borrowers is they might allow longer repayment terms to make the monthly payment smaller. So if you're approved for a 30-year loan, you go USDA, they might take that 30 years and extend it out to 33, for example. The amounts are still the same. It's just that the borrower's monthly payment every month is a little bit less because we've lengthened that term. So as mentioned, there's a map. The pinkish areas, peachish areas, you see Winston, Greensboro, Durham, Raleigh, etc., Fayetteville, they're not going to qualify for a USDA based on population. So if you want to show property outside of these areas, but I do recommend as agents working with these USDA, again, save your time, save your buyer's time, save your seller's time. If your buyer wants to see something plug the address in USDA's website first, find the map on the website, plug the address in, and it'll tell you right then and there if this property will qualify for a USDA loan. Questions on USDA? Some mortgage verbiage to be aware of. The arranger of credit is the one that originates the loan. So the arranger of credit, they're the ones that are arranging the loan, arranging the process. So this could be the loan origination, the loan originator, for example. You might have a mortgage broker. A mortgage broker's job is to connect lender and borrower through various programs. Example, USDA or USAA, excuse me. So the one that is arranging the loan, the one that is putting this all together, is referred to as an arranger of credit, just to be clear on the verbiage. So now that we've originated the loan, whether it be conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, whatever, now that we've originated the loan, there's some repayment terms, repayment options. Again, this is a conversation with the lender and the borrower based on the lender's products, what the lender can offer. But you and I just need to be aware that there's several different options out there and how the borrower can pay back the loan once it's been originated. And the most common one, the one that you and I are going to see the most often, is the fixed rate. Maybe it's 30-year, maybe it's 15, maybe it's 20, whatever. But the fixed rate loan, when we have our lender hat on, when we see that word rate, we are referring to the interest rate. So this fixed rate loan was the examples that we have been given. Once that interest rate is locked in, that rate has been fixed. And that is your rate for the life of the loan. So if you lock in today at 6.285%, your rate, your interest rate for the next 30 years will be 6.285%. Fixed rate loans are amortized. Amortized just means equal payments over the life of the loan. So when you originate a home loan, there's several different pieces of your home loan, and we will talk about that. But when you originate that loan, you're going to make the same payment every single month for example, the next 30 years. That's an amortized loan. It's equal payment. That equal payment every month is what covers your principal and interest, defining all that in a second. My homeowners on the call will tell me that sometimes your mortgage payment changes. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. What's making it fluctuate is not your principal and your interest. That's locked in, that's amortized. What's making your mortgage payment adjust is your taxes and insurance. So that all the pieces that make up what you send to the lender, and we will see those in just a second. So an amortized loan, you're making the same payment for principal and interest month after month after month for the next, for example, 30 years. A fully amortized loan means when you make your very last payment, your balance due is zero. You have fully amortized this thing over, every month for 30 years. You make your last payment and your balance due is zero. You have fully amortized it. A partially amortized loan is still equal payments. But with a partially amortized loan, when you make the last payment, you still have a balance due. And that balance due is called your balloon payment. You know going into this that you're going to pay for 30 years, and at the end of 30 years, you owe X amount. That X amount is your balloon payment because it's a partially amortized loan. So every month, Homeowners with a loan, with an outstanding loan, send money into the lender, and that money we're paying towards our mortgage. We refer to it as a mortgage payment. Again, words matter. I'm paying towards or onto my mortgage, and that mortgage payment is broken down into 4 pieces. So, for example, my payment is $1,400 every month. I can divvy that $14 up between principal and interest, taxes, and insurance. PITI, principal and interest, taxes, and insurance. And we're going to learn in just a minute that your principal and interest are fixed, and we'll define these things as well. But they're fixed. They are amortized, the equal payments. So for this loan, for this example, every month for the next 30 years, your payment is $1,050, principal plus interest. In addition to principal and interest, many lenders will collect a 12th of this year's taxes and a 12th of this year's homeowner's insurance. And when those bills come due, when taxes come due and homeowner's insurance come due, the lender will pay those bills on behalf of the borrower. So they're collecting money from the borrower every month, specifically a 12th of the annual bill. And when those bills come due, the lender has that money in reserve to pay those bills on behalf of the borrower. Let's talk about why the lender does this. It's really nice. I'm not going to lie, as a homeowner, it's really nice. Once a year, I get a letter from the county that says, your taxes have been paid. I say, well, gee, that's nice. And once a year, I get a letter or an email from my insurance company that says, you've paid, you've renewed for another year. And I say, well, golly, that's nice. One less thing for me to worry about, right? Thank you, lender, for taking care of it for me. Guess what? The lender doesn't do it for me. The lender does it to protect themselves. Remember, you guys, these real property taxes are superior liens. So if they leave it up to the borrower, to the homeowner to pay the taxes, maybe you decide not to pay taxes this year. Maybe you choose not to pay taxes next year. Eventually, the county is going to catch up with you and they're going to foreclose. Real property taxes are a superior lien, which means they will get paid before the lender. Do you think the county cares about selling the house in order to get the lender their money? No. The county cares about selling the house to get their money. So one way the lender can protect their place in line in lien priority is to go ahead and pay that tax bill on behalf of the homeowners. And they do that by collecting a 12th of the annual taxes. If taxes go up next year, that $200 for taxes will get adjusted. Same thing with homeowners insurance. If you are going through a lender, homeowners insurance is required. Period. End of story. If you're a cash buyer, you've paid that loan off, homeowners insurance is highly recommended. So you've gone through a lender, you have homeowners insurance because they made you. They take a 12th of the current homeowners insurance policy, tack it on to what you send them in, keep it in reserve so they can make that payment on your behalf when it comes due. Again, that's protecting the lender. What if the house burns down and the borrower just leaves, abandons it, never returns? The lender's not going to be able to recoup their funds because we don't have insurance. We don't have a product to sell. The lender's going to be stuck with a burnt down house on vacant land. So in order to protect themselves, they require homeowners insurance. When homeowners insurance goes up next year, they're going to recalculate that $150. They're going to recalculate how much you owe. So again, your principal and your interest payments are fixed. The only thing that changes is how much is applied to principal, how much is applied to interest, And that's math we're getting ready to do in a second. What changes that payment is taxes and insurance. They're always going to recalculate for the current year, 12th of the current year bill. And be aware, when you pay this loan off, you're no longer going to get a letter that says your taxes have been paid. The letter you're going to get is saying you owe X amount for taxes, because once you pay that loan off, the lender's no longer in the picture. Questions? So the fixed rate, again, the one we're going to see the most often, the one we're getting ready to pick the calculators up and figure out how much is applied to principal, how much is applied to interest. It's the one that we encounter the most, but there are some other repayment options out there. Another repayment option out there, still pretty common, is the ARM, or the adjustable rate mortgage. Again, when we see that word rate, it's referring to the interest rate. So with an ARM, your interest rate is not locked in. It's going to adjust. It's going to fluctuate up and down throughout the life of the loan. It's usually predetermined amounts, so the borrower knows when it's going to fluctuate and by how much when they go into the loan. ARMs might be a good candidate for short-term ownership. Maybe you got somebody here temporarily, for 2 years for a job or something like that, for example. Maybe our veterans that we know they're going to have to move around a lot. They're still active. So they're moving around a lot. They're only going to be here 2 or 3 years. They may be good candidates for an ARM. Again, have them talk to the lender. The lender can help the borrower determine which product is best for them. So the ARM fluctuates. The interest rate is going to fluctuate up or down throughout the life of the loan, which is going to adjust the payment. So the rate's not locked in, thus we don't have equal payments. We don't have an amortized loan here. And of course, that's going to affect the balance. Some months you're paying more, some months you're paying less. It's all in how it's set up. Anytime you have a loan, I don't care if it's fixed or if it's an ARM, anytime you have a loan, if when you make your last payment, when you make that last payment, if you still have a balance due, that balance due is referred to as our balloon payment. And again, going into it, this is a 15-year loan, you're going to pay X amount. At the end of 15 years, you have X amount due. So going into this that this is coming. When this comes due, maybe you have the cash to pay that balloon payment off. Maybe you have to refinance it at today's rates, at today's terms. It's coming though, so be prepared for it. And a lender will work with you. How much do I need to set aside each month or each year? So when 15 years is out, I have this balloon payment. It won't be a hardship. I won't have to try to get another loan. Another repayment option is a term loan, also known as an interest-only loan, also known as a straight mortgage. And as the words imply, for an interest-only loan, the payments that you make each month are only going to be applied towards the interest. All you're paying every month is interest. And when you pay that interest off, you have a balance due, you have your balloon payment due, and that balance due is the principal, whatever you borrowed. So you're only making interest payments. Why did we say we have a balloon balance? I've made the last payment. and I still have a balance due. That balance due is referred to as my balloon payment. Yep. Good candidates for interest-only loans. Think about a developer. I'm going to buy multiple tracts of land so I can subdivide them and build on them. So I might use, as a developer, I might use an interest-only loan to purchase the land. And in those times while I'm paying this back, and these are short term, so maybe this is a 3-year loan or a 5-year loan. So in that 5 years, all I'm making payment on is the interest. Hopefully by the time that this is over, hopefully by the end of this loan, when my principal is due, I've sold a home or two. I've built and sold a home or two, which will allow the builder to make that balloon payment, that principal payment. Another type of repayment or another type of loan repayment option. These would be our construction loans. They work a little bit differently. Construction loans are really risky for the lender. I mean, think about it. You're standing on vacant land with a dream and a blueprint. You're asking for money for something that doesn't exist yet. Put yourself through the eyes of the lender. Is this risky? Finance my dream. With construction loans, the bank, when we talk about the bank releasing the money in a draw, what we're saying is they release the funds in different phases, different stages of construction. So we'll release the funds to clear the land and maybe lay the foundation, and then we're going to send our guy out to inspect it before we release more money. This ensures the lender that the dream is becoming a reality. We're seeing it being built. And as we complete one phase, we'll release money to go on to the next. So this is one way that lenders can protect themselves. If they send the guy out and we don't have a foundation yet, they're not going to release any more money. They're going to look into it. Another repayment option is a graduated payment loan. So your payments start lower, and over pre-designated points in time, we agree going into this every 2 years or 5 years, whatever. In a pre-designated point in time, that payment's going to increase, and then it's going to increase, and then it's going to increase. Good candidates for a graduated payment loan, think of like a startup business. I'm not making any money right now, but hopefully in 3 years from now I am, 6 years from now I am. So as my business grows, I can afford to graduate or increase my loan payment. It's not uncommon for the early years to be what's referred to as negative amortization, which means the money you're sending in isn't enough to cover that principal and interest. So the first couple years, you may not be paying down the balance, you might be adding to the balance until we turn around, until we get to that point in our graduated payment program to where now we are paying towards the balance. Again, startup businesses could be great candidates for this. For my commercial agents. Another loan, a repayment option is a blanket mortgage. A blanket mortgage is when you're buying multiple parcels of land. Think about the developer. Maybe the developer is purchasing 4 pieces of land to combine them, to subdivide them. Whenever, for example, the developer is buying multiple parcels, multiple pieces of land, they might do so as a blanket mortgage that would cover them purchasing multiple, 2 or more tracts of land, parcels of land for them to develop. Another repayment loan option is a package loan. Package loan combines real property and personal property. So in addition to the real estate, you're buying the furniture. It's not uncommon to buy a furnished condo at the beach, for example. If you're buying a furnished condo at the beach, you might do so using a package loan that will combine the condo and the stuff. Another repayment option is the bridge loan. Bridge loan is a short-term loan, a couple days, maybe a few weeks. Bridge loan is meant to fill the gap between one loan ending and another loan beginning. Let's say you ended your loan, but you have a balloon payment, you have a balance due, and you got to refinance that balloon payment. You might use a bridge loan, to fill that gap from that one loan ending. I still have a balance due, but I'm financing a loan, I'm originating loan to pay that balance. So I need a bridge loan to get me through those couple weeks, days, months. It's a very short term until that new loan for the balloon payment comes due. Another repayment option, something called a reverse mortgage. And it is exactly how it sounds. Instead of me paying the lender's sending me money every month. In order for this to work, I must have equity in my home. I must have money in my home. So if it's not paid off, it's close. Candidates for reverse mortgages, these are great candidates for our elderly, our seniors. Could help supplement. It could help supplement their Medicare, Social Security, etc. So you've owned this home for, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 years. You have equity. And to help supplement your income, I could sell the home and take all the money. Or if I choose to stay in my home, I could let my home work for me. Now, obviously, when we go to sell this home, that's going to affect how much the individual or their heirs are going to collect. But generally speaking, those are 62 or older with equity in the home. That's the key. You have to have equity in order to be eligible for a reverse mortgage. You guys have probably seen these commercials. Talk about feeling old. The current representative for reverse mortgage that I see on TV is Tom Selleck. Have you guys seen this? He's out there representing these reverse mortgages now. Speaking of equity, another repayment option is mentioned. You might have an equity line of credit. It's allowing you to borrow against your equity. Maybe you want to do a renovation. Maybe you want to finish the unfinished basement, or maybe you want to install a pool in the backyard. You can borrow against your home. You can borrow your equity in addition to your mortgage payment if you still have one. This could also help if you have come into recently a lot of debt. Maybe you've recently come into some medical bills, for example. Medical bills rates might be higher than what your bank is offering for a home equity line of credit. So if you're eligible, if you have equity in the home, then you might be able to borrow against your home and use that money for renovations, pay bills off, etc. Again, you guys, very basic understanding of those loan products, the repayment options. I wouldn't get too bogged down in them, but I would be familiar with them. Have a basic understanding of what they cover, what they do. Any questions? Next section. This is where the math comes into play. We're going to do some math. We're going to figure out some principal and interest payment. We're going to figure out your whole payment of your principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. We're going to figure out how that P&I payment is amortized or how it's divvied between principal and interest over the life of the loan. We're going to figure out how to calculate total interest over the life of the loan. That might be a question your buyer asks you. If I take this loan at these terms and I were to only make the minimum payment every single month, how much interest would I end up paying over 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, whatever the life of the loan is? We're going to figure out how, when you make a payment, it reduces your principal. So that's kind of fun math we're going to do. And then we're going to look at some mortgage qualifying, talk about how you and I, when a buyer calls you and says, hey, I want to buy a house, again, we're going to start with that conversation of talking to a lender, looking at that debt to income ratio. But what if the lender's not available? What if it's a hot market? What if we can't wait to hear back from the lender? I want this mortgage qualifying to give you guys the tools on how you could quickly get an idea if it's worth showing this buyer this property before we can get to or hear back from the lender. So fun with math in this section. Let's start talking about something called a rate factor or an amortization rate. Again, when we see the word rate, what I'm referring to is the interest rate. So before we look at our formula, I want you guys to turn with me in your books to page 104. Please turn with me in your books to page 104. And what we're looking at on page 104 is the rate factor chart, also known as the mortgage factor chart. Finding this rate factor is a tool that the lender uses to determine the borrower's monthly payment. How much is your monthly principal and interest payment going to be for the life of the loan? So you can see in the chart, the first column there is our interest rate. And obviously there's more to the chart. We just have a sample here in our book. And then I have the terms of the loan. So there's a 15-year loan, a 20-year loan, a 25-year loan, and a 30-year loan. So when a buyer contacts a lender, again, part of the lender's process is to figure out what their monthly payment would be. And they're going to use this rate factor chart to help them determine. First thing they're going to do is look at the interest rate. So use your pointer finger here. Look at the interest rate. And when we get to the interest rate, then we're going to slide our finger over to the right until we get to the term. And that's how we find our rate factor. So let's have some fun. Get your chats ready. Get your pointer finger ready. If your interest rate is 4.25% and you are going for a 25-year loan, what is your rate factor? And please tell me to chat. 4.25% interest rate. You're going for a 25-year loan. What would your rate factor be? So we found our 4.25, use your pointer finger of 4.25. We slid over to the 25 years and we've got a rate factor of 5.42. We're going to learn in just 1 second what we're going to do with that number. Before we get there, do I have any questions on how we got 5.42? I looked at 4.25% for 25 years. And I got a rate factor of 5.42. Hear me, for your exams, you don't have to have this thing memorized. I get asked that all the time. Do we have to memorize? No, you don't have to memorize it, but you do need to know how to use it. Because for your exams, they may give you the rate factor. They may tell you for your state exam. Your state exam may tell you 5.42, or they may tell you 25 or 4.25% at 25 years and have a chart in the testing center in which you need to find the 5.42. So for your state exam, you may have to find that 5.42, or they may give it to you. I don't want you to memorize it, but I want you to know how to use the chart. Do I have questions on the chart? So now that we have that number, what are we going to do with it? What we're going to do with it is plug it into a formula to find the borrower's monthly principal and interest. Note it's principal and interest only. It's not your whole payment of PITI. It is principal and interest only. I'm going to take the loan amount, whatever the borrower is going for the loan amount, divide that by thousands, because mortgage rate factors language is 1/1000th. So you take the loan amount, you divide it by 1,000, multiply it by the rate factor, and that will give us your borrower's monthly principal and interest payment only. Nothing to do with taxes and insurance. See that? Hear me. It's principal and interest only. I have yet to figure out a T-bar for this. So this is one of these formulas that you just have to memorize. And to memorize a formula, I highly recommend that you start by putting it on a flashcard. Write this formula 10, 20, 30 times. Use it, practice with it. But seriously, you guys, here's the deal with the formulas. If you get to this test question and you don't know the formula, you don't know what to do with the numbers. And if you don't know what to do with the numbers, I would prefer you not to spend test time on something that you don't know where to start. Remember, we're not stressing out over the math. However, knowing the formula is like 80% of the battle. Please put the formula on a flashcard. Loan amount divided by 1,000 times the rate factor. And remember, through the eyes of the lender, that loan amount, everything is based off of the loan amount, not the purchase price. Does everybody have this formula in front of you? Of course, we're getting ready to do a practice. Loan amount divided by 1,000 times the rate factor. And that'll give you our borrower's monthly principal and interest. And because we have the formula in front of us, we know what numbers we're looking for and what to do with them when we find them. This is one of these things I'm just going to throw you in the deep end. Hold your nose. Here you go. Tell me A, B, C, or D, and then we'll talk about it, and then we'll take a break. About another minute, and then we'll talk about it. Which, by the way, I'm liking what I'm seeing in the chat. Good job. I just gave it away, didn't I? All right, let's see what we got here. Let's talk about John and Leslie. John and Leslie are going to borrow $350,000 at 4.5% annual interest for 30 years. We're instructed to use the mortgage factor chart, and it guides us to where it is. So again, if you see this factor chart, it's going to be on your state exam, not the end of class exam. End of class exam will have to give you the rate factor. I'm just preparing you for in the event that the state exam gives you the chart. So we use the mortgage factor chart to determine our mortgage factor. The question wants to know what's our monthly debt service, which, by the way, our monthly debt service, we're getting ready to learn, is just a fancy way of saying principal and interest. So we'll see that in just a second. So what is the monthly debt service? What is the monthly principal and interest for John and Leslie? When it comes to formulas, we're off the T-bar. And when it comes to formulas, I'm such a big fan of the power of repetition. So as you start doing these, before you do anything, why don't you take just a moment and spell the formula out so you have it in front of you. The more you write it down, the more you see it over and over and over again, the better it's going to click, the better you're going to conquer that 80%. So write it down 100 times and you'll have it. The other thing I have to say, you guys, as we're seeing here, the problem doesn't tell me to divide by 1,000. The problem doesn't say anything about 1,000. However, because I know the formula, I know that part of it is dividing by 1,000. They're not going to give you that piece. So now that we have the formula, we're just going to start plugging in the rates, plugging in the variables. So we're going to start with the loan amount. So John and Leslie are borrowing $350,000. We know, because we know the formula, that 350,000 is divided by 1,000, and then we need to multiply it by the rate factor. So to find the rate factor, we need to use our pointer finger. We need to go to page 104. And on the first column, we slide down until we get to 4.50. And then we slide over until we get to 30 years. And when we look at our mortgage factor chart, I see that my rate factor for John and Leslie is 5.07. Questions on the formula or the 5.07 before we finish this thing out? So now we go to our calculators. We say 350,000 divided by 1,000 gives me, I'm seeing $350. So the first step, I took 350,000 divided by 100 and I got 350, and then we just multiply it by the rate factor. And that gives us John and Leslie's principal and interest payment, debt service payment rounded of $1,775. This does not include taxes and insurance. This is just their principal and interest, and the principal and interest is the same for the life of the loan. So for the next 30 years, their principal and interest payment will be $1,775 if we rounded. I got a question in, do you have to have the chart? For your state exam, they're either going to give you the 5.07 or they're going to provide you with the chart to know how to find that 5.07. You do not have to memorize this, but you may need to know how to use it. I don't know if you will or not. I'm just trying to prepare you guys for that state exam. So in your state exam, either they're going to say 5.07, or they're going to say 4.5%, 30 years. Please refer to the chart on the wall at the other end of the testing center, kind of thing. Questions? The chart, C, 5.07, anything. Can I erase? Let's erase. Let's take a break. Let's take 10. We come back, some more fun financing math. Whoo, do I have a distorted view of fun? So let's take 10. We're back. Back. Hello. Okay. So you have a buyer, they're getting a loan. Probably one of the number one question they have, in addition to how much home can I afford? But the second piece of that is what's my payment going to be? And when the lender is approving the borrower, it's not just about the loan amount, it's not just how much they want to borrow, but it's also what their payment's going to be because the lender needs to make sure that the buyer can afford the monthly payment. And so this is all part of the lender's numbers, what they're crunching as part of that pre-approval, pre-qualification. A lot of this is happening very, very early. Once we're under contract and we are further along in the loan process, then we'll solidify. We will give definite final numbers. But in the meantime, we want to be able to give the buyer an understanding of what their payment might be. So the mortgage payment, what you pay to the lender every month, consists of four pieces. It's the principal and service. I'm sorry, principal and interest. The principal, when you marched into the bank and said, I'll buy a house, give me $200,000. That $200,000 is your principal. The principal is your balance. The principal starts as the loan amount. And as you make the monthly payment, you're going to pay down the principal. So the principal is the loan amount, it's the balance, it's what you owe the bank. Interest is what the bank charges the borrower to borrow the principal. There's no such thing as free money, y'all. Even the lender has to borrow the money from somewhere. We're going to talk about that process. There's no such thing as free money. So when you ask or request $200,000 to buy a home, the lender's got to get that money from somewhere and they're going to charge you to borrow their money. Makes so much sense to me. If you want to borrow $200,000 from me, I'm going to charge you something to borrow my money, right? Makes sense. I don't have 200,000, by the way. But if I did, I would charge you something to borrow that money. So the principal and the interest together, these two pieces make up the borrower's debt service. Principal and interest is the debt service. You may see debt service on your test. I need you to know what that is. Debt service is principal and interest. It's what you owe the bank. In addition to your monthly debt service, the rest of what you're sending the lender every month is a 12th of the taxes and a 12th of the insurance. It's always based off of the current tax year and the current homeowner's insurance year. So when you borrow this money, in addition to your debt service, you're going to be paying into taxes and insurance a 12th of each month. So your debt service is your principal and interest. Your payment, your monthly payment is also going to have you a 12th of taxes and a 12th of insurance. Questions? So let's get warmed up. Take a minute. Talking about monthly PITI. Tell me in a chat, A, B, C, or D. Another minute, and then we'll talk about your PITI. The key word here is monthly. We're talking about your monthly debt service. See what they like to do to you? They give you annual numbers, which means we got to convert in some cases those annual numbers to monthly. So let's see what we got. I got a borrower is going to pay $1,000 per month towards principal and interest. So in other words, their debt service every month for the life of the loan is $1,000. In addition to their debt service, this buyer is going to pay annual taxes of $2,200, annual insurance of $800. What is the monthly principal and interest? So when we break these down, I know I got my PI is 1,000. So now we just need to figure out the T and the I. The four pieces of what we send into the lender every month. You can do this one of two ways. I don't care, as long as we all get to the right answer. You could take 2,200 and divide it by 12. You could take 800 and divide it by 12 and then add them together. Or you could go ahead and add them together. I don't care. So I have a total of 3,000 and then divide it by 12 for a combined taxes and insurance of 250. Again, however you see that. 2,200 divided by 12, 800 divided by 12, breaking down yearly to monthly, and then adding the four pieces together or just adding them up. I don't care. So we have our $1,000 for our debt service. I got 250 for my taxes and insurance. So what's this borrower's monthly payment going to be to start? They're going to start with 1,250. The only thing locked in is the debt service. The only thing locked in is the principal and interest. As taxes and insurance fluctuate, as they go up, as they go down, a homeowner or a borrower can expect their mortgage payment to fluctuate up and down. Again, my homeowner's on the call. What changes your monthly payment is not your principal and interest. That's the life of the loan. What changes is taxes and insurance. Questions? Can I erase? Another question the buyer might ask, in addition to what's my monthly payment, another question they might ask is, if I borrow this $200,000 at this interest rate, at these terms, if I only make my minimum payment every month, how much interest am I going to end up paying? If you don't have a prepayment penalty, if you can pay more on your balance each month, then you will be paying down that interest. If you can, just a little bit more will be a lower interest that you'll end up not owing for those 30 years of the term of the loan. So we're not talking about monthly at this point. We're just breaking it down to the big picture. What is the total interest over the life of the loan? So as a reminder, we have our debt service, which is our principal and interest. This is money that we owe the bank for borrowing the balance. The principal is the balance. And every month that you send your payment in, you buy down, your principal gets lower. As the principal gets lower, the interest that you're paying in goes. We're still paying the same amount every single month. What changes each month is how much is applied to principal and how much is applied to interest. So if we think about kind of the life of a loan, the homeowner, the borrower starts by paying a little bit of principal and a whole lot of interest. You're going to pay the bank first. Remember, you guys, you're probably not going to have this home for 30 years. You're probably going to live there on average across the country, move every 8 to 10. And the lender knows going into this that there's a good chance that you're not going to be around 30 years from now to pay them back all the money that they owe. So yeah, they're going to want to try to collect what they can up front before you sell it and pay off that principal. So you start, when you originate a loan, when you're applying that payment, a little bit of it is applied to principal and a whole bunch is applied to interest. As time goes on, you're putting more and more on the principal and less on the interest. So 28 years from now, you're paying a whole bunch of principal and a little bit of interest. Again, the amount is the same. It's how much is applied to your debt service, how much is applied to principal, and how much is applied to interest. So there's a couple pieces of math here. The first piece of math is what's my total interest over the life of the loan? And again, I got a formula for that. Have yet to figure out the T-bar. So this is another formula that we just need to know. So you're going to take your monthly principal and interest payment, your monthly debt service, and you're going to times that by the number of months. So if, for example, you're taking out a 30-year loan, every single month, or I'm sorry, every single year has 12 months. So 12 months on a 30-year loan, you're going to make that payment 360 times. A 30-year loan, each year you'll make that payment 12 times, once a month. So the number of payments, for example, would be the term of the loan, 15 years, 30 years, times 12. And that tells us how many times you're going to send that payment in. So the monthly payment times the number of months gives us your total debt service over the life of the loan. This is how much you borrowed, and this is how much interest you're going to pay, your total debt service. From that, we deduct the principal. What was the loan amount? What did you borrow? And that'll let the borrower know if you only make the minimum payment, this will be the total interest paid over the life of the loan. Questions on the formula? And do we have it in front of us? Y'all know what's next. Tell me in the chat. A, B, C, or D. You got another minute and we'll talk about it. right, so let's see what we got here. We got a borrower that obtained a 30-year fixed mortgage of $300,000 to purchase a $325,000 home. Their monthly principal and interest payment is $1,566. How much interest will be paid over the life of the loan? So when we look at our formula, again, write it down the first few times you do these, the power of repetition. You write it over and over a few times, it's going to stick. So the top of our formula is our monthly payment. Every single month, I'm going to send in $1,566. And on a 30-year loan, 30 times 12 means I'm going to send this in 360 times. So 1566 times 360 gives me total. My total principal and interest. I borrow this money, I make only the minimum payment. I never make a penny more than 1566. I make the minimum payment for 30 years. I can expect to pay a total to the bank of $536,750. Questions? Just kidding. 1566 times 360. My numbers got backwards on me. Again, 563. There it is. 760. And that's my total principal and interest. Sorry about that. So my total principal and interest, my total debt service, assuming I'm only making the minimum payment. Questions so far? So then all I need to do after this, the last step, if I have the total and I want to find the interest, all I need to do from here is back out the principal. I have a purchase price and I have a loan amount. Let me see your mouths move. What am I going to use? What does the lender care about? All lender fees are based off of the loan amount. That's the lender's money, and that's all the lender cares about is their money. So we're going to back out the principal. The principal is the balance. The principal is the loan amount. So we back out the principal, and what we have left with then is the interest or B. So assuming you only make the minimum payment, you'll pay back the $300,000. And in addition to paying back that $300,000, you will also pay the lender $263,760 in interest. Again, assuming you only make the minimum payment. We're going to talk more about that in just a second. Questions on this? Kind of eye-opening, isn't it? It costs money to buy a house, especially if you're borrowing money. It costs money to borrow money. Questions on how we got B? If this is interest over the life of the loan, this is a 30-year picture. This is the big picture. The other thing to know, the other calculation is to breaking that down into monthly payments, figuring out when I make my first payment, how much of that first payment is going to be applied to interest and how much of that first payment is going to be applied to principal. And then watching your principal go up just a little bit as interest goes down, as the term of the loan continues. So we're going to look at an amortization schedule. We're going to see how that first payment, how we can calculate how much is applied to interest, how much is applied to principal. And we're also going to figure out when I make my first payment, what's my balance due? If I make my third payment, how much do I owe the bank? What's my balance due? My homeowner's on the call. When you bought your home, you went to the attorney's office, presumably. You went to the attorney's office and you left with either a packet of paper, a whole bunch of documents, or maybe the attorney provides you with a thumb drive, a flash drive. And we probably, because we're in the throes of moving, we just bought a house after all. So we're probably in the throes of moving and a lot of things going on. So that package of paper, my closing paperwork, probably got chucked off to the side somewhere. Maybe eventually it wound up in a file cabinet. But amongst all that paperwork you got from the attorney is your amortization schedule. And the amortization schedule breaks down month to month for 360 months. When you make this payment on month 1, this will be your principal and interest. When you make this payment on month 30, this will be your principal and interest. When you make this payment on month 262, this will be your principal and interest. And the good news about amortizing, about breaking it down into monthly, is we can amortize this whole loan just by these 3 steps. Take a moment, write this down. We're going to need it. And then we're going to talk about what each of these steps mean. We got it in front of us, picture of it, notes. Eventually, I want these to wind up on flashcards because I kind of just told y'all a fib. I called them steps, but now that y'all are looking at it, let's face it, we're looking at 3 formulas. So we got to know the formulas, we got to know the steps. We'll talk about what you might see in your exam in just a minute, how we might see this, but first let's understand the steps. If we do these 3 steps every month we do all 3 steps. If we do this 360 times, this is all the information that we need to amortize this entire loan, to figure how much is applied to your monthly interest, how much is applied to your monthly principal for this month, and once you make this payment, what's your balance going into the next month. So let's start with calculating your monthly interest. To calculate interest, you take the balance, what's your principal, and you times that by the locked in or the fixed interest rate. Balance times interest rate gives us annual interest. But remember, we're breaking this down into monthly. So step 1, we take the balance times the interest rate to get annual interest, divide it by 12, and that's going to tell me this month's monthly interest. What am I applying towards interest this month? Step 2, we're going to take your monthly payment, your monthly principal and interest, your monthly debt service. We're going to take that monthly payment. We're going to deduct the interest that we calculated in step 1. And that's going to give me this month's principal. When I make this payment, number 1 tells me how much is applied to interest. Number 2 tells me how much is applied to principal every single month. The last thing I need to do is reduce your balance. Principal reduces balance. So whatever you're making for your principal payment this month, that's going to come off the balance. That'll be a lesser balance. to start over on step 1. So we do these 3 steps 360 times, and we've amortized the loan. Good news is you don't have to do this 360 times for your test. But we do need to know how to do like a month or two, because guys, I'm going to tell you, all 3 of these steps or all 3 of these formulas could be a candidate for a test question. You could be asked, what's your first month's monthly interest payment? What's your first month's monthly principal payment? Or what's your balance after you've made the first payment? For timing, you're not going to be asked to go past the first or second month. For practice, if you do multiple months, once you get those 3 steps down, this could be a very easy, very readily get test question for you. So let's look at these 3 steps as they apply to a formula or to us. There we go. And let's look at a sample. We got 1 month. That we're going to work together. So we have 1 month. We're going to work together. And then I'm going to let you guys work a month. When I amortize, I don't know, I'm a rows and column kind of person. I like to see things in nice, neat rows and columns. I like a little bit of organization. My ducks are, they're all right. They're fairly in a row. So when I amortize, the first thing I'm going to do is take my scratch paper and I'm going to set myself up some nice, neat rows and columns. So I'm going to start with, I know I'm going to be looking at my monthly payment. I know I'm going to be looking at my monthly interest. I know I'm going to be looking at my monthly principal. And then we know we're going to be looking at our balance. So we're setting up some rows for us. As far as columns go, we're looking at the number of months. So for example, we're going to look at month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, month 160, month 359. So we're going to break this all down into monthly. So we set ourselves up, our blank scratch paper, we set ourselves up when we see the problem. So let's look at the problem. You or your borrower obtained a mortgage of $200,000 at 7.75% interest for 30 years with a monthly payment of $1,432. This question asks, what's the balance of the loan after your first payment rounded to the nearest dollar? Again, we're going to work that first month together, and then I'm going to use in our 3 steps, and then I'm going to turn you guys loose and let you tell me the second month. So let's do 1 month together. I've set myself up with my rows and columns. Now I just need to start plugging in what I know. I know my balance. I know how much I borrowed from the bank to buy the home is $200,000. If I buy the home today and win the lottery tomorrow, I owe the bank $200,000 plus a days of interest. I also know that my monthly payment, the problem tells me, is $1,432. Either the problem will give you that amount or they'll give you the information you need to know to find it. And finding it is using that rate factor chart, that mortgage factor chart. This problem was kind. It gave us the monthly payment. And I also know that that monthly payment is the same every month for the life of the loan. So every single month, my debt service for the next 30 years, my debt service is $1,432. The other thing I need to know is my interest rate. And on my scratch paper, I like to just write it at the top somewhere so I can refer to it just as a quick reference. And this is it, y'all. This and our 3 steps is all we need to amortize this loan for 30 years. So let's look at our formulas and let's look at step 1. Step 1 says I take the balance times the interest rate. Balance times the interest rate gives me 200,000 times 7.75% gives me annual interest of 15,500. Since I'm looking for monthly, I need to take that annual and divide it by 12. And that gives me, the balance. There it is. That gives me monthly interest, and I'm going to round just a little bit here. My first month's monthly interest payment is $12,991.67. So step 1 is to figure when I send this first payment in of $1,432, how much of that $1,432 will be applied to interest. And that's what we figured out in step 1. The balance times the interest rate divided by 12 gives me this month's monthly interest. Questions on step 1? Step 2 is to figure out this month's monthly principal. So back to our formulas, back to our steps. If I take my monthly payment and subtract this month's interest, monthly payment minus this month's interest gives me this month's principal. So of that $1,432 on the first month, how much is applied to interest? How much is applied to principal? This is a great place to stop and check yourself and make sure that the interest plus the principal equals your monthly payment. We're taking that payment and we're showing you're paying a little bit of principal and a whole lot of interest. And we'll see that adjust. Questions on step 2? Step 3 is to figure out how much do I owe the bank after I make my first payment. So we start with this month's balance. Principal reduces the balance. Principal reduces the balance. So step 3 is to take my balance minus this month's principal to see how much do I owe the bank going into month 2. Principal reduces the balance, which means going into month 2, I now only owe the bank $199,000 and some change. I've paid off by just a little bit. And now going into month 2, I know what my balance will be. I know how much I'll be applying. to figure out what we're applying for principal and balance for the next month. 3 steps, first month of our amortization schedule. Questions on any of the steps? So what I want you guys to do is look at your 3 steps. Start with our balance going into our second month. So we're going to start step 1 this time with a balance of 199,859.67. And tell me in a chat, once you've made your second month payment, what is your balance going into month 3, using your 3 steps, starting with your second month's balance. Another minute and then we'll talk about it. Always refer to your 3 steps. Every single month, we do those 3 steps, starting with your new balance. And again, this is all we need to do. My homeowners, you want to have fun this weekend, you can amortize your whole entire loan if you wanted to. Don't do that. So let's see what we got here. So step 1, I start with the balance. And this time, the balance I'm starting with is after I've made my first payment. We are in month 2 now. So step 1 says I take the balance times the interest rate. It gives me annual interest. So 199, 859. It gives me an annual interest. I'm getting 14,000. I'm sorry, 15,489. See, let's put this in some change. Roughly divide by 12 to get this month's monthly interest. So this month, I'm going to apply a little bit less. It's not going to go up or down big amounts. It's not going to be big money because, guys, we're stretching this out over 30 years. 30 years is a long time. So the interest is going to go down a little bit each month. Principal is going to go up a little bit each month. And we're going to see this worked out in these amortization schedules. So going into month 2, starting with my new balance, I take the balance times the interest rate and divide by 12 to get this month's monthly interest. Step 2 is to find the monthly principal. To find the monthly principal, I take my monthly payment and I subtract this month's monthly interest, and that gives me this month's monthly principal of $141.24. Interest went down just a little bit. Principal went up just a little bit. And then step 3, how much do you owe? What's your balance once you've made this payment? Principal reduces the balance. So we started with a balance of $199,859 and some change. Apply our principal, and that gives me a balance going into month 3. Now I only owe the bank $199,718.43. So going into month 3, $199,718.43. And we start those 3 steps over again with our new balance. If you win the lottery tomorrow, you owe the bank $199,718.43 plus a day or 2 of interest. That's what you owe the bank. Questions on the steps, the numbers, the calculations? I have more to say, but I also want to take a break. I can't do away with this because if I do, then it'll erase what I have. And I want to talk more about this when we get back from break. So we're just going to have to live with our timer over the thing. Great question. Somebody's asking about compound interest, and the good news is we're only dealing with simple interest. So what you and I will encounter will just be simple interest. And again, the bank's the one coming up with these numbers. They're the ones that are doing that amortization schedule. We're just having that understanding. But yes, we're dealing with simple interest here. So that's the good news. All right, you guys, let's take 10. And we come back, we'll say more about it again. Excuse the things over the clock. So welcome back. Let's take some attendance. And let's talk just a little bit more about this amortization schedule. Let me pause here though and see if we have any questions. Marinade, if we have any questions so far. So let's kind of tie all this in together. Like we said, you guys, in the real world, this amortization schedule, I mean, it's 360 months. It's the breakdown every month. What are we going to do with that 1432? For your test, for your exam, they're not going to ask you to go much past the first or second month. So they might ask you what's your first month's monthly interest, what's your second month's monthly principal, what's your balance after making the first payment. Any one of those is a candidate for a test question. So those steps or formulas all belong on flashcards, so we can utilize this. Of course, you have practice and learn, test, pass as well, to practice those steps. But now that we have, a better understanding of what this amortization schedule looks like, how we can break this down, kind of pulling it all together. Earlier, we talked about the different loan repayment products, and one of those was the ARM, the adjustable rate the ARM and even the graduated mortgage, specifically the graduated mortgage. And we said with the graduated mortgage, your payments start lower and then they increase as time goes on, a pre-designated period of time. It's not uncommon in the early months of a graduated repayment mortgage and possibly even an ARM. It's not uncommon in the early months, for example, your monthly payment to be less than the 1432. So with a graduated, you might be making a payment of 1,300 or 1,400, which is negative amortization. If you're not making that monthly payment, then your balance isn't going down. Your balance is going up. So with that graduated mortgage, it's not uncommon to see that. Again, you understand going into it, the lender explains all this to you. But that kind of what we mean by that negative amortization. The other thing that I want to highlight, we have said that the principal reduces the balance. In the event that you choose to make more than a payment of $1,432, if you can make more than that payment, the interest that we owe the lender every month is still going to be off of the next month's balance. If principal reduces balance, when I make a bigger monthly payment, that gets my balance down faster. And that's one way to not have to pay the total interest over the life of the loan. If you're only making the minimum payment, then that total interest over the life of the loan. But if you can pay just a little bit more, I remember when I bought my condo, I was so young. And I bought my little condo, and the closing attorney looked at me and he said, even if you can put down $20 extra a month, it's going to make a big difference in that 30-year big picture. So let's say, for example, let's pretend on month 2, you get a nice bonus from work. Good for you. So you get a bonus from work. Maybe your bonus from work is $500. So you get a bonus of $500 and you decide that you're going to apply that bonus to your towards the lender, towards your mortgage payment. So instead of your principal this month being $141.24, because it is going to tack on to the interest, the interest, instead of 141, you'd be looking at a payment of 641, which would reduce your balance going into next month by that $500, because 765, the principal reduces the balance. That's 200. So the more you can put on the principal, the faster it's going to pay down the balance. The lower the balance, the less interest you'll end up paying. If you can do 20 extra bucks a month, go for it. If you can use your bonus from work, that's what's going to prevent a borrower from paying the total interest over the life of the loan. The moment you pay 1 penny more than the 1432, you've busted the amortization schedule that you got in closing. With that being said, I need everybody to listen to me, particularly my homeowners on the call. Before y'all start throwing extra money at your bank, you need to make sure that one, you don't have a prepayment penalty. If you put down that $500, you'll get a penalty for that. So I need you to check with your bank before you start throwing them money. My pre-licensing instructor said it was okay. Your bank is going to say, who? So it's up to the terms of your loan, the specifics. But if you're not, or you're able to now, consider throwing a little extra down, and that's less you'll have to pay on that total interest of the life of the loan once y'all talk to your bank. Contact them, contact your lender before you just start throwing them money. Some lenders need to be told to apply that $500 to the balance, to the principal to deduct the balance. So they're all different. So just make sure you communicate before you start throwing them money. Any questions on our amortizing, breaking it down monthly, looking at those 3 steps, total interest over the life of the loan, anything? Can I erase? The last piece of math to discuss in this unit is something called qualifying a buyer. And over break, I made the executive decision that we're going to do this math on Tuesday. We've done a lot of math today. I don't want to overwhelm you. I don't want to overdo it. Yes, there's a lot of math in Unit 6. It's the financing unit. There's nothing I can do about that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold qualifying a buyer math. We will do that first thing on Tuesday. I got more good things to say. You're not going to see qualifying a buyer math on your midterm. So I kind of want to get to the stuff that you might see on your midterm starting next week so you know what you're preparing for this week. So thumbs up, everybody good. Skip this math for now. For now, right? Which means we all know what we have to look forward to when we show up on Tuesday morning. So with that being said, fast forward. No more math today. It gives us time to get caught up on the math that we've learned. Plenty of math in Learn Test Pass, the Unit 6 material. I believe there's even a separate math quiz, if I'm not mistaken, was just specific to the math. And again, as you're studying this weekend, when you get to qualifying a buyer math, you're welcome to look at it. I always encourage you guys to look ahead, but also know that we'll address that. We'll hit that first thing on Tuesday, first thing next week. So continuing on in Unit 6, we're going to talk a little bit more. We mentioned this on Tuesday, but we're going to talk a little bit more about the rights and obligations that each party has to each other. And this conversation gets us into the lender's options or the borrower's options in the event that they can't or are not making their payments. Again, you miss a payment, you're not in foreclosure. It's a process, you guys. It takes time. The lender's not going to start the foreclosure process until you've missed multiple payments. How many payments can you miss before they start the process? That's got to be spelled out in your promissory note. So what happens when that buyer starts paying? What are the rights and obligations? We're going to talk a little bit about foreclosures. We're also going to talk something about short sales. So understanding the difference in the two and how these could help the buyer get out of a short sales might be a better alternative for a buyer than a foreclosure. So this is all revolved around the borrower fails to make the payment. You miss a payment, you miss 2 payments, you miss 3, now you've caught the lender's attention. Again, how many can you miss before they start the foreclosure process? That's got to be spelled out in the note. There is not a standard across the board. When you start missing a few payments, you've caught the lender's attention. They probably reach out and say, don't forget, payment due, you're delinquent, don't forget. They may even give the borrower the opportunity to come up with a whole note due as opposed to being foreclosed on. The lender does not want to foreclose on you. The lender forecloses because they have to, because they've got to get their money back. And the borrower broke their promise. I promised to pay you X amount for ever many years. The borrower stops paying, they broke their promise. The lender has to do something to recoup their losses, to recoup their funds. So we mentioned foreclosure specifically with title theory versus lien theory states. North Carolina is a title theory state, in which case with the foreclosure, we don't have to do this big long out court process. The trustee is the one handling the foreclosure on behalf of the lender, that third party. And the trustee has the permission through the promissory note to do the power of sale. They have the power to sell the property on behalf of the lender in the event of the borrower's default. The only thing the trustee has to do is stand briefly in front of a judge and say, I'm going to start through the clerk of courts. The judge is going to say, okie doke, you already have the power to do that. It's very quick, it's very fast. We don't have to go through that long drawn out process of the judicial foreclosure in lien theory states. In title theory states, if the borrower loses the property to foreclosure, the document that will be used to convey the property from the borrower to the lender, to the trustee, is the trustee's deed. Once the trustee has the deed, they now own the property, and now they have the right to turn around and sell it. More often than not, it might be sold as an auction. So auction sales, foreclosure sales from the bank are not uncommon to see at auction. Highest bid wins. They advertise auctions. There's websites that advertise auctions. Auctions can be great for investors, developers, even people that might want to try to get a deal. So if you ever get the opportunity to go, just be a fly in the back of the yard and watch a real estate auction, watch that go down. If you're working with a buyer that wants to purchase a foreclosed property, we're probably going to want to go with them to represent them, give them that old car treatment during the foreclosure process, that auction. Compare title theory states to lien theory states where they do that judicial foreclosure. They have to go through the judge. The judge has to approve it. The judge has to allow the process to begin because they don't have the power of sale clause in their mortgage. So the big difference in the lien theory state, the title theory state, is what happens if we have to go into foreclosure. Borrower holds the legal title in a lien theory state. Remember, in a title theory state, the lender has the legal title. So again, the difference is in the two. Title theory state, the lender has the legal title. The borrower gets that equitable title, which is the permission, the right to live there. The other thing that is different about foreclosures is lien priority. So if the bank takes the property, the lien priority shuffles up just a little bit. We talked about lien priority. Superior liens are paid first. All other liens after that are paid in the order in which the lien was recorded, except for the mechanics lien that was paid in the order in which the work began. There's your Unit 2 review. So in the foreclosure process, the lien priority switches up. The lien priority is different. And the lien priority in a foreclosure, the very first person to get paid is going to be that trustee. the cost of the sale takes lien priority. So the trustee, the process to go through the foreclosure, the cost of the sale is now first, followed by superior liens. All other liens after that are paid in the order in which they're recorded, except for the mechanics lien is paid in the order in which the work began. When you buy a home and you get a loan, the closing attorney, when it's a done deal, to prove conveyance of the property, the closing attorney will record the buyer's new deed, showing that they're the proof. I got a whole unit coming on deeds shortly. So they're going to record the buyer's new deed, telling the public that this buyer is now the owner of record. And immediately after they record that deed, they're going to record the deed of trust on behalf of the lender. So in the event of the sale or in the event of foreclosure, remember, most lenders are taking taxes, so they probably don't have to worry about delinquent real property taxes, because they've been paying those bills from your monthly mortgage payment on your behalf. The other superior lien then is our government special assessments. That's something we can work with. Those usually aren't so outrageous that it's going to prevent the lender from getting paid. So they're going to pay the cost of the sale, government special assessments, and then they recorded first. So they're going to make sure that they sell the property in order for them to get paid. Guys, unfortunately, in a foreclosure, the first lender does not care about anybody else in lien priority. They're just going to make sure that they sell the home to recoup their funds. Just because you have a place of line in lien priority doesn't guarantee you'll get paid when the property sells. All it guarantees is your place in line. Now, those lenders, those lien holders that didn't get paid because the money ran out, when the money's out, it's out. Money ran out. I got a bunch of lien holders that didn't get paid. They do have an option. We will see that in just a second. So, during the foreclosure, borrowers have a right to redeem themselves. If you're redeeming yourself, you're saving yourself. Specifically, you are saving yourself from foreclosure. And the borrower's right of redemption, what that right is, depends on what type of state they are in. So the lien theory states use something called an equitable redemption, which means in a lien theory state, if you can come up with the whole note due before the auction sale, we scheduled the auction sale for next Wednesday at noon. If you can come up with the whole note due, you can avoid foreclosure. You can redeem yourself before the auction sale. How are you coming up with that whole note due? You probably won't be able to borrow money because you're delinquent on one loan. So how are you going to come up with it? I don't know. You got cash buried in the stuff, buried in the backyard, stuffed in your mattress. At least you have the choice. You have the option. Title theory states use a statutory redemption. North Carolina title theory states we use a statutory, which means the borrower has the right to redeem themselves after the auction sale. So the auction goes down next Wednesday at noon. We have a bidder. After the auction sale, the borrower has 10 days to upset the bid. You have the right to redeem yourself after the auction, 10 days to come up with that amount, whatever the bid was. And if you can, then you can avoid the foreclosure process. So again, we make these promises to the lenders when we enter into these agreements. You give me $200,000 and I promise I'll pay you back. The borrower stops payment, they've broken their promise. And they still have some options to avoid foreclosure. The banks don't want to foreclose. The banks have to in the event of delinquent borrowers. Questions? Remember all those lien holders in line to get paid because we didn't sell the home? We don't care. As long as I get my money back, I don't care about anybody else. In the event the money runs out before all the lien holders are paid, any lien holder with an outstanding balance always has the right to file a deficiency judgment. A judgment is a general lien. Who can remind me what the general lien attaches to? Chat's popping up. The general lien attaches to, yeah, here it is. The general lien attaches to the person. So you don't pay all those lien holders. They still have rights. You still owe them money. Lien priority just gives you the position, just gives you the place in line. The sales price determines if all those people will get paid. Again, if the money runs out by the second or third lien holder, all lien holders after that, their other option is to file a deficiency judgment that will attach to the person, which means anytime you go to apply for any loan, home loan, car loan, credit card, whatever, anytime you go to apply for any loan, this deficiency judgment will pop up. You'll have to pay it eventually. They just can't collect it from the cost of the sale. Some states, not North Carolina, but some states might allow for a deed in lieu of foreclosure. So instead of dragging them through the foreclosure process, maybe the lender just takes the deed, which means if I'm taking the deed, I'm taking on all your debt. I'm taking on all that liens, all those liens. I'm just taking it from you. You're throwing up the white flag saying, I surrender. Here you go. North Carolina does not do a deed in lieu of foreclosure. We're not seeing it much anymore. But again, just verbiage to say that we've heard. Probably the more common alternative to foreclosure that we see are short sales. Short sales. The borrower is underwater. The homeowner is the borrower in this case. And the homeowner is underwater. And what I mean by that is they owe more than we can sell their home for. They owe more than what the property is worth. If the borrower can pull off a short sale, it's much better for the person and their credit than a foreclosure. For example, a foreclosure is going to follow your credit for 7 years. A short sale only sticks with you for 3. So if the borrower can pull off a short sale, that's a much better alternative for them. Whether or not we do short sale or foreclosure is dependent on the lender. The lender has to approve if they would consider doing a short sale. So you don't have enough money to pay the cost of the sale and sell the property. You're underwater. So let's talk about a few things here. First off, let's back up. Listing agents. Remember when you were at that listing appointment and we had to look the seller in the eyeball and say, what are your approximate balance or balances? About how much do you owe on this property? The reason I'm asking them is because I'm looking for a potential short sale situation. I know going into this listing appointment what I think about what I think I can sell their home for. I have that number in my mind if we haven't talked about it yet. I know about what I can sell your home for. And if I look at that seller and say, what's your approximate balances? Well, we got a first loan and a second loan, and we got a home equity loan, and we got all these loans. In my mind, what I'm hearing is cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. And if those approximate balances start totaling more than what I think I can sell their home for, then we could be dealing with a potential short sale. I'm not the lender. I can't tell you if we're going to have a short sale. But what I can say is my little red flag just went up, and I've possibly identified a short sale, in which case we have to have a conversation about this. We have to discuss it. So you tell your seller to call their first lender, the one that originated the loan, the top lien holder. They'll start this process rolling. The lender will tell them if a short sale is a possibility or not, whether or not they'll allow it. It comes down to time versus money for the lender. So if they can sell it in foreclosure for more and less time, they may not allow the short sale. But the lender says, we'll consider a short sale. We will call you a potential short sale. So listing agents, we've coached our sellers. We've gone through the forms with them. I have forms for short sales. We've had these conversations. They've talked to their lender. We all have a better understanding of what's going on. As a listing agent, I'm going to put the home on the market, advertise it for sale as I always do. The only difference is I have to disclose that this could be a short sale. Buyer comes along and makes an offer. Buyer and seller negotiate the terms of the offer like they always do. Nothing has changed so far. So buyer and seller negotiate the terms. We come to an agreement. Congratulations, folks, we're under contract. Then and only then will the lender start their process to determine if they're going to approve the short sale. The lender's not going to touch that file until I have a bona fide buyer and a bona fide contract in my hand. They want to know that a legit person is ready, willing, and able to buy this property for this amount. So we're under contract. The lenders are now going to start their thing, their process to determine if they will approve the short sale. Hear my words. I'm marketing it as a potential short sale. The lenders aren't going to touch it until we're under contract. They're not going to have approval until we get that buyer. All I'm doing is letting the public know this could be a short sale. I don't know if the lenders will approve it. Y'all do not let the name fool you. A short sale has absolutely nothing to do with how long these things take. Quite frankly, if you ever find yourself in a short sale, you need to look at your buyers and sellers and you need to tell them on average from contract to closing, waiting on the lender's approval, all of the lender's approvals, on average, short sales take about 6 months. The name has nothing to do with the time. Short sale is referring to the fact that the seller is short on funds. The seller doesn't have the money to pay all of their balances due. The name of the game with a short sale is patience. So we're under contract. We've signed all kinds of paperwork acknowledging the potential short sale. And then everybody just sits still and be patient because it's not getting one lien holder's approval. We have to get all of the lien holder's approval. The one you originated the loan with, the second loan, the home equity loan. We got to get all of those people to approve because what they're agreeing to is to release the property with accepting less than what they're owed. and I got to get everybody on board to release the property. So once they do their thing, if all lien holders are on board, we'll have short sale approval. If one lien holder says no, the short sale has been denied. And unfortunately, the homeowner's only other option after this is more than likely foreclosure. I got forms. I got all kinds of forms for this. The buyer and the seller, actually, nobody's locked in until we have lien holders approval. So everybody, each party has an opt and out. If your buyer sit on average 6 months. So if we're 8, 9 months into it and your buyer says, I'm done, whatever, they have options out. They have outs until we get that approval. The name of the game with these things is patience. I don't know how familiar you guys with real estate. 2009, 2010, 08, 09, 2010, 2011, around in there. We went through something called a housing market crash. Early 2010s, late 2009, it wasn't a good year for real estate. It wasn't a good period for real estate. Housing market crash, and short sales and foreclosures were the norm. Unfortunately, they were the norm. It was a tough, tough time. We rebounded from that. We went to an incredibly, incredibly strong sellers market around the pandemic, where buyers were paying more than asking price. And now that that bubble has burst and we're back to a more normal market, guess what, guys? We're starting to see short sales and foreclosures again. Not housing market crash, but we're starting to see them again because there's got to be consequences to buyers paying, $75,000, $100,000 more than asking price. So we're starting to see more and more short sales. We're starting to see more and more foreclosures, and we will continue to do so. Again, hopefully we don't get as low as the housing market crash again, but we can expect those are those fluctuations, those highs and lows in real estate. If you're called on to list a potential short sale, or if you have a buyer that's interested in looking at or purchasing a potential short sale, then we need to help educate them. And we have the forms to help us. The homeowner is talking to their lenders. We also want to encourage the homeowner to talk to their attorney. We want them to talk to their accountant. We want them to know what all the consequences of this short sale are. So when it comes to the broker's role in the short sale, disclose, disclose, disclose. As a listing agent, I must disclose that this is a potential short sale. I got a category in MLS and everything. So we can advertise it, we can promote it, and to help educate the parties. This is not a process for the week. It is a process. It's something. I'll share with you guys. As a buyer's agent, I've been through 2 short sales. My first short sale was about 4 months. So look at me go. I'm under average. I got this done. I didn't do anything, but toot your horn when you can. Y'all, my second short sale, you might want to brace yourself a little bit. Is everybody ready? From contract to closing, 11 and a half months. The name of the game is patience. My buyers really wanted this house. I mean, they really, really wanted this house. And after about 5, 6 months into it, I was even like, hey, y'all want to go look at other property? We went out and looked at other property because we knew they had an out. The forms gave the buyers an out before we get lien holder approval. There's an out. So we looked at property during that time, but nothing hit with them like this one. 11 and a half months. I get paid when it closes. This is one of these that I definitely earn my commission. Dang it. The name of the game is patience. It's about educating the parties, letting them know the process, and staying in communication. Questions on short sales? I remember when the housing market crash hit, you may experience this in your office as well. I remember when the housing market crash hit, it was tough. It was hard being real estate during that time. And it wasn't just agents. I mean, it was inspectors and lenders and appraisers and everybody involved in the process were really suffering through it. But I remember when it started, we had an attorney come to our sales meeting, and the attorney went through the process with us, what we need to know when we need to go to him. So it might be that if we start seeing more and more of these things pop up, maybe you have an attorney visit your sales meeting to talk to you about the process. It's nice to have somebody to call with questions. So y'all make friends with your attorneys, your inspectors, your general contractors. It takes a village for me to do my job. So build your village. Questions? All right, don't go anywhere yet. Let's have a conversation. Let me get you guys back up. You guys there? You guys hear me? Yeah, okay, okay. Stop. Are we here? I'm so frustrated by this. Do we see each other? Can we smile and wave at our peers? Okay, good, good. All right, I really want to talk about next week. Next week, we're going to finish Unit 6. We got to do qualifying and buyer math. I got more stuff to talk about. So we'll finish Unit 6. When we're done with Unit 6, we're going to take a pause. We're going to take some time and go through the application process. So you better understand how to submit your application, what to expect when you go to your state exam. The application process kind of answers the question, I've passed Julie's class. Yay. Now what do I do? So we're going to have that conversation about what's after this class. Also next week, we'll finish 6, we'll do Unit 7, and we'll probably get started on Unit 8. So for those of you looking ahead, finish 6, go ahead 7 and 8. Y'all make a note for me. We are going to skip over Units 9, 12, and 14 for now. 9, 12, and 14. We're going to skip over those for now. Those are not heavily tested units. Between all 3 of them, you can expect like 2 or 3 test questions. So I'm going to tack those on at the end, and I got about 2 or 3 things to say. Nod, nod, wink, wink. So 9, 12, and 14 for now. We will pick up the highlights at the end. The other big thing for us to talk about next week is your midterm. So on Tuesday next week after class, I'm releasing the midterm. I will talk about what that means, what to expect, how you guys can prepare. The reason I'm telling you now is so we have a date. We know that the midterm will be Tuesday next week and it'll go through the following Monday. I'm going to give you a week to complete the midterm. What I want you guys to be doing this weekend is to review and get ready for the midterm. We know it's coming next week. So this weekend is a great time, you guys, to review, to recap, to watch our YouTube channels, do your Learn Test Pass quizzes. The midterm will be on units 1 through 6. So we'll finish 6, 7, and 8, talk about the midterm. We'll talk about your application process. And that's pretty much our week next week. Do I have questions? Do I have comments? Do I have concerns? What do we have?
Will the midterm be on Learn Test Pass?
Juliana, the midterm is going to be through a program called Classmarker. So I will send you the link next week. That's what I got. Y'all, I'm around all weekend. Please reach out. Let me help. Screenshots of questions you're stuck on. What's this mean? How do I do this math? If I can see your work, I'm pretty good about helping you get unstuck. So reach out. Let me help. Let me tell you guys, I'm good at a lot of things, but reading your mind is not one of them. So please let me know how I can help you. Fair enough? Y'all have an awesome weekend. Get ready for the midterm and don't forget to have fun. And we'll see you guys on Tuesday.